should I say Conroy or Berner?
It's being recorded. We're good.
All
I
right,
think I
thank
got
you.
it there, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So this is primarily a work session for the Marine Planning Committee. It's not a public hearing, so we're just kind of working through the agenda and the information, so information sharing basically, and trying to ask some questions of the speakers and getting down as much as we can on paper for notes. Susan Chambers taking notes. I'll be taking notes later when she needs to leave. But we do have a public comment opportunity at 1:30 today. That should be, comment specific to the items on today's agenda. Okay, so we do have this agenda item on the council's September agenda, and that also offers an opportunity for public comment. So, we're going to use the typical Ring Central protocols. We're going to use the raise hands feature. Keep yourself muted, and when you're ready to talk, just go ahead and raise your hands. To raise your hand, you click on that sort of more features with the little smiley face, and you'll see where there's a little icon that you can click raise hand. So please use that feature. It helps us organize the meeting and make sure that everybody gets called on. Some people like to use the chat window a lot and lay out a lot of questions and information, stuff like that. It's a little hard to track sometimes when you're trying to focus on what's being presented and then or being asked, and you're trying to listen to a question. Other people are throwing things into the chat and having a conversation in the chat. Let's try not to do that. Okay, if there is some technical information or a link to a document, put it in the chat. But I prefer that we have a conversation, in the open for everybody to see. So let's try to minimize the use of the chat window. If there is a technical question that you want to write up and then speak to it, that's okay. But like I said, let's avoid having conversations on the side because it's challenging to follow, especially for the organizers of the meeting too, to try to track questions and answers. So like I said, this is going to be recorded and it will be available on the website for review and for council members as well to go back and listen to the conversation. So you are being recorded, so watch what you say. It is a public meeting, okay? So that's all the basics I have for my opening remarks. Is there any questions of me on that in the introduction announcements? I will do a roll call here, but I want to give Mike Berner an opportunity to give a quick overview of things too. Nothing? Okay. Mike, you want to go ahead then?
Yeah, thank you, Brett. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for attending. I know summertime's difficult. It's a great time to go out and catch a fish or hike a trail or chill out, and so it's difficult to find time where we can all gather up. So I appreciate everyone's time. And on that note, as Brett mentioned, Carrie Griffin, our Marine Planning Staff Officer, and Merritt Burden, our Executive Director, are both out on leave. And so you have sort of the V team here. Brett and I will do our best to help you guys get through this meeting, but I'm very thankful to have Mike Conroy and Susan Chambers, your very capable co-chairs, here to help us get through these issues. Also, don't see them on the line yet, but I want to thank Diane Wyndham and Nessie Sumite for stepping in this afternoon. I think their time is limited, but I do appreciate everyone's time this time of year. July tends to be a bit of a lighter month if you look across the whole annual calendar, and so a lot of people like to take some leave here. So thank you very much for participating. As you all know, the primary purpose of this meeting is for the Marine Planning Committee to discuss and get up to speed on a lot of issues, mainly offshore wind energy development, NOAA's aquaculture opportunity areas, BOEM's request for comments on its draft fisheries mitigation strategy, and the rest of your agenda. So I guess I bring that up to sort of reiterate what Brett just mentioned, that's the main purpose of this meeting. This is not a public hearing, so please, we will provide public comment, but please keep comments focused on the agenda topics and the work of the Marine Planning Committee. It's my expectation that the committee's hope after this session is to develop a report that comes from here that will make it into the briefing materials for the September council meeting in Boise. And so we need to make sure we get through that work, but definitely want to hear from folks. I'd also point out there'll be other opportunities for oral testimony at the September council meeting itself. Again, probably limited and as time allows. But there's also an opportunity for written testimony to the council, and that'll open up here shortly, probably first part of August, and run pretty close up to when the September council meeting starts. So definitely want to hear from you, but our primary purpose here is to get through the work of the agenda. So without taking any more time, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Conroy and Susan Chambers, unless there's questions of me. Thank you.
Can I just pause for a second? I want to do a roll call, but also it's kind of a mic check too then, and then we can roll through the agenda, the proposed agenda.
Yeah, sorry, Brett, I forgot you said that. Go ahead.
No worries, no worries. So let's see, I already got Mike and Susan. Looking for Yvonne.
Yep, here.
Thank you. Steve Joner.
I'm here.
Thank you. Delia Kelly.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Scott McMullen.
I'm present.
And Scott, thanks for that chat that was explaining where to find the raise hand feature. Corey Niles.
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. Mike O.
Good morning.
Good morning. Darius.
Good morning.
Did I pronounce that right?
You did. Amazing.
All right.
Thanks.
Great. Chris Potter.
Present. Good morning.
All right. And Steve Scheibler.
Good morning from Santa Cruz, California.
Morning. And then Megan Mutter. Megan Mutter, you there? I'm not hearing you. Okay. Is she in my participants list? There she is. I'm here, but apparently my mic isn't working. Okay, thank you, Megan. We'll figure that one out. You are unmuted on my end. You may need to log out, log back in, or check your mic. Next to the mic, there's a little up arrow, and see maybe switch that feed to something else. Okay, so let's just go ahead, move forward. We'll go ahead with an overview of the agenda, and I'll turn that over to Susan and Mr. Conroy.
You want to go ahead, Susan?
Sure, I can do that. I have to find my agenda here. Okay.
Would you like me to share the screen, or do you want to do that?
No, sure. Go ahead. If you want to share this agenda, Brett, I would appreciate that. I just want to thank everybody for being here again. It's great to see you guys and have a conversation today. We have the NOAA AOA aquaculture opportunity areas and BOEM agenda items hardwired in for this afternoon. So, but some of the agenda items this morning, specifically the proposed policy guidance document, summary of recent comment letters, and fisheries mitigation guidance, those may go quicker or longer depending on the discussion. So we will adjust our lunch hour accordingly. Let's see. Hang on one second. Mike, do you want to take over for a sec?
Yeah, I can certainly do that. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll recap what the council guidance was from June. As you'll recall, there was a floor session during the June meeting, and the council had some recommendations for us for certain specific agenda items. You'll see that as we come through there. One of the things that we wanted, that the council recommended, was that Marine Planning Committee meetings should generally be independent from council meetings, held as we're doing right now, in enough time in advance of an upcoming council meeting so we can get full participation and make sure that we're all on the same page coming into the meeting. As you will notice in this meeting, the council recommended these meetings should be recorded. We are recording this one. With regard to September, we are on the floor. We're tentatively scheduled to be on the floor during the September council meeting. We have 2 hours planned on Tuesday, the 13th. And much of what we will talk about today will inform what gets included in that report and then the report to the council on that day. Did I get everything, Susan? Did I get it?
Yep, that sounds good to me. Sorry, I had a coughing fit after drinking my water. So thanks for that, Mike.
So, yeah, Susan, one thing I wanted to ask and get people's thoughts on, clearly I think that this morning we're going to fly through these items well in advance of the times that we have provided for them. I know that right now on our agenda, we have lunch running from about 12 till 1:30, and then we have public comment period. Do we want to contemplate allowing comments on these items as we go through them? Or just do we think we want to wait until the public comment period to entertain comments on these morning agenda items?
Hey, Mike, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, because I think some of the summary of the letters and the policy document we may get some good comments from the public. So sure, why don't we do that?
Okay. All right. Well, without further ado, let's jump into our. I'll stop. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns on the following before we jump into our agenda item B?
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
All right. Well, then let's jump right into this. So as you will recall, we've been working on a policy guidance document for a while now. During the most recent June council meeting, the council directed staff to develop a new draft policy guidance document for the September council meeting, taking into consideration the input received during the June council meeting, as well as soliciting comments from the EWG and the EAS. So between now and the September meeting, obviously, we will be seeking comments from the council's advisory bodies, especially the EAS and EWG, since they didn't meet in June. I suspect that the advisory bodies that met in June that have reviewed the policy document will be asked to review it again. And then we'll have a fresh draft for council approval in September, which will be submitted to the advanced briefing book. The June draft is posted to the Marine Planning Committee's webpage. For those of you who are interested in doing that, checking that out, but we will definitely be weighing in on that and hopefully getting that into a final status that the council can adopt and move forward with as the final version. And that was my 30-minute update on the proposed policy or guidance document. And I guess we'll throw this out if anybody from the MPC has any questions, comments, concerns, or whatnot about the policy document stuff.
Hi, Mike, this is Corey. Did you say this is our discussion time?
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah.
I don't think I have. I will. Well, sorry for not raising my hand. Didn't locate the raise hand button yet. But and Yvonne and I are dual roles here and being on the ecosystem work group and this committee. And I think you'll see this maybe coming from us at the September meeting from the work group. We didn't have a whole lot of comments on the and Yvonne, please jump in, but we didn't have a whole lot of discussion on the briefing book version, but we'll probably be doing that when we convene next. But one thought it came out in our discussions and something to think about, I think, for this committee is in this policy guidance document and a lot of the comment letters that the council has sent, we talk a lot about what the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires the council to do, or tells the council how to weigh trade-offs, optimum yield and so on and so forth. But what kind of came up in our discussions is if this is a guidance document for other agencies like BOEM, what's maybe missing in this guidance document in our letters is speaking to the equivalent of their Magnuson-Stevens Act. So for BOEM, it would be I'll get the acronym wrong, but OXLA or Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. We should probably be connecting the mandates from their statutes and their regulations to the Magnuson Act. And maybe it's not a huge major change, I don't think, to what we got in here, but I think that's, if you were to comment, the best way we could comment. You want to speak to the decision makers' statutory mandates, and we can connect the council's mandates to those. And there's a couple key ones about fishing and the OXLA that we've talked about a couple of times. But yeah, maybe just a preview of, I think, partly what might be coming from the ecosystem work group. Yeah, sorry, Vaughn, didn't mean to step in front of you there if you were going to speak to it.
Thanks for that, Corey. Yvonne?
Yeah, so thanks, Corey, for summarizing that. So we had sort of confusing request from Carrie to look at the language in the guidance document and provide, I don't know, I guess comments in the background, which Corey and I invited the ecosystem work group as a whole to look at and send comments, but I will admit there was minimal interest in looking at it. So I'm not sure that we are going to, whether we're going to have this on our agenda in late August in preparation for the September meeting. I guess we might have to, but we'll see. And then I guess I would say, just echo Corey's comments. We did go through it to think about the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. And then if the Marine Planning Committee wants a resource, I'm going to just put a link in the chat to the Fishery Ecosystem Plans goals and objectives, which speaks to a lot of ideas that might be useful in this guidance document. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Yvonne. I think Mike O was up next, right? Was your hand up next?
I think so. Michael, are you there?
I see he's unmuted. Let's skip over Mike for now and go to Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I had a couple specific comments going through. One that kind of struck me as interesting is we don't mention the halibut fisheries, sport and commercial halibut fisheries, as being fisheries that have the potential to be impacted. And maybe because we don't have a fishery management plan for them, I'm not sure, but it seemed like we ought to be able to find a place to put in that there's a potential for these activities to impact the halibut fisheries.
Thanks for that, Scott. Appreciate that. Mr. Mike O, did you figure out your communication issue yet?
Yeah, I think I got it resolved. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you loud and clear. Thanks.
Okay, well, after all that, I was looking for the acronym and you got that, the OCSLA, and that's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, to those of you who aren't paying attention at home to the chat, I threw a link in there to the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act in the chat. So that is save you the trouble of having to look for it. All right, anybody have anything else on the policy doc? I guess we can, since we're 8 minutes early, if anybody from the public has any questions, or Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple more little comments on page 7, top of page 7. We talk about the pre-development surveys and site assessment characterization activities having a potential to interfere with fishing vessels transiting to and from port. And honestly, I thought that was a fairly weak, a weak case can be made for that. I've been around quite a few survey vessels, and when you're talking about transiting, it's in my view, it would be not much different than transiting and interacting with the tug and barge. So I'm not trying to minimize the impacts that do come from this, but I think we need to make sure our arguments that we do make are solid and carry a lot of weight and can't be viewed as being, just one more piling on with somewhat weak arguments. So that's just my opinion, and I'm really would welcome other views that may have a different perspective than mine.
Yeah, thanks for that, Scott. Just real quick, I think to the extent that activities that are authorized under a lease, site assessment and site characterization, to the extent that those will lead to deployment of buoys, which we've been told that they would, I think that's what that's addressing. I think you're right to the extent that we have to alter course 5 degrees to go astern of a vessel doing sonar soundings or sonar readings. I think you're right, but I think that was specifically related to the possibility of buoys supporting those site assessment, site characterization activities.
Okay, but even so, we would alter course to go around a weather buoy just as easily as we would a site characterization buoy, wouldn't we?
True. Provided you could see it.
Yeah, that's true. And I think I had one more comment, but I'm
Fire away.
okay. Yeah, this one had to do on. Let me see which page we're on here. Page 6. Offshore wind is a fish aggravating device or artificial reef. I think this is. I think this is an important one, and one of the things I think is maybe alluded to further down in the document, but it wasn't mentioned in this area, and that's just the fact that algal growth on cables and chain, whatever the bridles are for these devices, will attract probably a lot of bait fish, which will attract bigger fish and could really create a whole different local ecosystem around them. That I guess my concern was, there could be some potential benefits, but at the same time, there actually could be a huge downside if we end up with increased predator fish that develop around these little local ecosystems. So I think the big thing here is there's a lot of uncertainty what will happen, and it would be a shame to find out that there's a bloom of large predator fish related to because we found out after.
Mr. Niles.
Yeah, I think one more quick comment. I think we talked about this on the side at the June meeting, and perhaps I'm just having version control problems, but I thought we had before the June meeting, we had added language to the purpose. And just for the notes about adding language about, this is no substitute for meaningful engagement with the council or the stakeholders. And I don't see that language in here. So just maybe a note to selves about, I think we should maybe resurrect that language. I don't know if it was, I don't remember us discussing it. I thought we had some consensus around that point of, it's best to engage rather than just go through notice and comment type communications, and maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see it in here.
Thanks for that, Corey. Yeah, I captured that in the notes as a follow-up with Carrie on that. So thanks. Steve.
I don't know if I have the latest version, but I got the one that was on the shared files, and on page 6 under wind wave effects, that middle sentence, both wind speed and wind stress may be lessened for several tens of leeward. I don't know what that means, several tens. Is there a word missing?
Yeah, I think it was, and I don't know if I saw it in this document or another place we referenced it. We might have referenced it in the PSN. I don't remember. But yeah, it was tens of miles. And I think,
Okay, well, that's what I thought, but it's like, well, maybe there's tens of leewards. I don't know. That's a nautical term. So, yeah, again, I don't know if I have the most recent one, but that's the one I saw in the shared files.
okay. Yeah, thanks. I think we've actually modified that to go up to 100 kilometers based on one of the studies. I don't know if it was the OPC funded study, if it was something that came out of the North Sea, but there was a recent study that said that the wake effect can reach up to 100 kilometers. So I'm sure we'll update that before September.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mike O again.
I think if I remember right, which I may not, I thought it was in kilometers. I've also seen one for 70 kilometers. And then the California studies, which I think I saw one at 100 kilometers and one at 220 or something like that. As far as curing the effects of the wake itself.
Right. Thanks for that, Mike.
I mean, there's a lot of different, so whichever one you use, you might want to reference it in a footnote or something. Or, well, I guess too late, or no.
No, we can do that. We can certainly do that.
Okay. Yeah, and is there a latest version? I mean, I put some edits out, and the last I saw, Carrie had a little bit of feedback, but that's the last one I got. So I'm not sure if there's a more complete one or not.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either. Our fearless leader is not on, so we will certainly, one of the follow-ups from this meeting will be to get the most recent version out to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Mike, I think the latest version is from June, if
Okay.
that helps.
If it is, then it doesn't seem like a very complete document yet.
And it's a good thing it's open for revisions.
Or not complete anyway.
Okay, I can't tell if Scott, your hand is back up or if that's a legacy hand.
It's a legacy hand. I can't find the lower hand feature. So are you able to lower our hands when you call on us?
Oh, I'm not a host, so no. And I just raised my hand to see how you lower your hand, and I can't see where to do that.
Hey, Mike, there, for host, there is a little 3 dots. If you hover over the person's name right next to it, and you can lower their hand there.
Got it. And then just
But
as a
I
follow-up.
think
Go
I
ahead.
think the raise hand, lower hand is just a toggle. You have to go to the same place I think. I could be wrong on that.
No, you're 100% right, Susan. I just did that. I raised my hand and then I clicked on raise hand again and it lowered it. So seeing how we are now caught up, do we want to just take the 3 folks that have their hands up for real quick public comments? Or Steve, you got your hand up again.
Yeah, I looked on the council on the briefing book from June, and there is a latest version where that says maybe lessons for several tens. Oh, no, it isn't. Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't say miles. I read miles into it. Never mind. The one in the briefing book still has that word missing.
Yep, no worries. We'll get it out to everybody shortly after this. Susan, what are your thoughts on taking comments now?
Yeah, I think we can take a few comments. I mean, we said we would, so yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We got 3 people. Let's take those 3 and then move on.
Okay, Larry. You unmuted for a sec, but you're still muted.
There we go. I think I'm unmuted now. Can
Yep.
you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Larry Thievick, Washington Dungeness Crab Fishermen's Association. I just wanted to get a little more clarity and support what Corey and Yvonne spoke to, flushing out or identifying better or having a place to identify the OCSLA guidance, mandates, obligation, and protection provisions that might have or should have influence on BOEM's policy decisions and permitting decisions. I was hoping to understand better. I got the impression that there wouldn't be much of an in-depth dive on that, but I was hoping that there would be. So I'm looking for clarity on that. What would be next step to do what it was Corey was speaking to?
Yeah. Go ahead. Whoever was trying to jump in. Yeah, thanks for that, Larry. I appreciate that. I would assume that the next steps would be is if the EWG or EAS brings it up. And certainly it's being captured in the notes from this conversation, and we can certainly tee that up, and depending upon workload between now and the publication of the advanced briefing book, we can certainly throw a paragraph in the policy guidance document that calls that into, that calls that out and suggests that it would be good to, do a deeper dive into what the requirements of OXLA are. Yelena.
Thank you, Mike. Yelena Novak, Oregon Trail Commission. Real quick follow-up on the same point about the OXLA. I don't know if the members of the committee have seen it. It was some time ago. There was 2 memo that came out of the Department of Interior, one at the end of the Trump administration in September 2020, basically clarifying that BOEM or Department of Interior should be erring on the side of the not reasonably interfering with existing ocean users. And then later in December 2020, the new administration came, and there was a new memo issuing addressing the September memo, where they clarify that actually they don't have to side with their existing users, but rather it's a pros and cons and weighing the basically decisions. I'd be happy to send the links for both memos if it would be helpful.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Yelena. I distinctly recall the solicitor's opinions that were issued both in December and then the one that overturned that solicitor opinion. Michael, you'll have the final word on this lovely topic.
Yeah, I've been having a little difficulty with the computer, and I apologize, but I strongly second what Larry had to say, and I'd really like to see what Yelena has in those memos, because it may come down to push versus shove on some of the stuff, and that's, I believe, where we're going to look for a little protection. So, or it seems like it to me anyway.
Thanks for that, Mike. Yeah, I'll circulate both of those. Yelena, if you want to put the links to those or email me, that would be cool, and then I'll forward them around, but I know where they are. I'll have to find them. And with that,
Say, Mike.
What's that?
Yeah, Louis Zim. I'm not sure if I'm getting my hands up or not, but
Nope.
It looked like I had.
It was, but then it was down. I figured you just lowered it yourself.
Oh, that's that toggle problem. Okay, well, just real quick, as far as Scott's concerned, when we were doing sub-bottom profiling for the oil company, we often towed arrays a half mile to 2 miles behind. And Mike, you may well remember this when you were running the sport boats and doing squid down here. It really depends on what kind of gear they're going to put out, but it's not just the buoys. It's often towed arrays that extend way far behind the research boat, not just like a tug and tow. And I just want to bring that information in. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Louis. Great point. All right, now I will stop talking for a little while and hand it over to my esteemed co-chair, Susan.
Okay, hey, thank you, Mike. So we're going to move into agenda item C, which is the summary of recent comment letters. And let's see. So we had the Marine Planning Committee and the council have reviewed or are in the process of reviewing 3 comment letters since we last met. The first one was the Oregon Call Areas letter that was sent on June 28th. The second was a NOAA Aquaculture Opportunities Area letter sent on July 22nd. And the third is the California proposed sale notice letter that the council is reviewing right now. The Marine Planning Committee and Habitat Committee provided comments. Let's see, I'm looking at my notes. There was also a consideration, Carrie left us a note regarding the U.S. Coast Guard PAC-PARS, the Pacific Coast Port Access Route Study. Those are being developed right now. I haven't heard back from the Coast Guard when a draft will be available yet. So I don't know if anybody else has any information on that. So I'll run through the letters. 2 of them are posted online under the council's offshore wind webpage. Let me find my notes here. The Oregon call letter was 17 pages and talked about everything from council had a high degree of concern regarding the fishing community engagement that was echoed in the congressional letters to BOEM and Amanda Lefton, the director of BOEM. The call areas letter also supported the programmatic environmental impact statement approach. It also talked about process that, the council remains concerned that not all the data has been included in oral wind map. There are vulnerable areas of the ecosystem and fisheries that need to be included. Regarding the siting analysis, BOEM should conduct a robust geospatial compatibility analysis that takes into account the ecosystem, fisheries, socioeconomic, and impacts. A couple other things the letter noted was fisheries displacement. BOEM needs to explore deeper socioeconomic relationships. That is, costs of that displacement, like how much more fuel vessels will have to use, how much further they will have to travel from port, things like that. The council also commented that WIAs should be designed to accommodate transit corridors, and that BOEM should use PACFIN, RECFIN data and engage in participatory mapping, and should also use predictive analyses. Again, that would account for increased travel costs, increased risks, things like that. We got into some of the habitat stuff regarding essential fish habitat areas and habitat areas of particular concern. Council made a strong comment that these should be protected from offshore wind activities. Furthermore, there should be a buffer around them to protect them for both offshore wind and cable transmission. We also recommended excluding the northern area of both the Coos Bay and Brookings Call areas because they are close to or adjacent to EFH and HAPC areas. As we've talked about today, the letter also discussed wind wakes, concern about transmission cables, impacts to surveys and research, which we've heard about before, both in the Marine Planning Committee and in Groundfish Advisory Panel and other advisory bodies. It talked about seafloor mapping data, concerns about upwelling, and integrating the Coast Guard's PAC-PARS study. So that was pretty much it for the Oregon Call Areas letter. Many of you contributed to that, and we appreciate all the collaboration on that, and members of the Habitat Committee who are online too. I think that was really well done. Does anybody from the Marine Planning Committee have any questions? And I'm not seeing anybody. Oh, I see one. Delia.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. If you already captured it, I missed it. Can you remind us all of the deadlines for the California PSN letter and the deadlines for the PAC-PARS? And I think you said that there is not a deadline for the PAC-PARS, or
right?
Can you just go over that again?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was going a little bit fast. So the PAC-PARS deadline was in January, and the council did comment on that. I just don't know when the Coast Guard is going to have a draft or final revision on that. I thought the Coast Guard was going to produce a draft PAC-PARS that would again open up another comment period, but I don't know, and I haven't heard back from John Moriarty on that yet. What was your other question? Oh, the deadline for the California proposed sale notice. That is August 1st. So that's why the proposed sale notice letter is already with the council. We circulated it to the Marine Planning Committee and the Habitat Committee, and I worked with the GAP, and we worked with our other ABs to get comments on that before Carrie turned it into the council last week for a quick turnaround. So
great, thanks. Yeah, as soon as you say it, I'm like, oh yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And Delia did, just a shout out to Delia too. She did a lot of the data aggregation of all the comment letters from the advisory bodies for the Oregon call areas. She pulled all that together so that we could reference it in the Oregon call areas letter. So thank you again for that, Delia.
You bet.
Anybody else? Mike, if you want to talk about the AOA letter.
I would love to. Thanks.
Mike did a lot of the work on the AOA letter, so he knows this inside and out.
Yeah, I'm not going to be as thorough as you were in reviewing the Oregon call area letter, but yeah, so last Friday, the council submitted a public comment to NOAA on the notice of intent to prepare a programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas off Southern California. It was a lengthy letter. I fully agree to that. The NEPA analysis includes social, economic, ecological, and environmental effects for seaweed, finfish, or shellfish mariculture operations. I was pleased with the way that the process unfolded on this letter. We sought comments from, as instructed by the council in June and previously. We sought guidance and inputs from all of the council's advisory bodies, and we got some really good content, really good information. Unfortunately, it resulted in a letter that was unwieldy, 17 pages long, but I think it covers a lot of the important things, and I think it'll give NOAA a lot of food for thought. There were a couple of things that came up during the drafting of this letter that will likely result in further council conversation in September. A couple of examples of that be, the council has not yet had an opportunity to discuss what its position is on offshore finfish aquaculture and or offshore the use of non-native species in aquaculture in federal waters off of the West Coast. So, those were topics of conversation during the early drafts of the letters. We landed on that the council expressed concern with regard to those, but did put a pin in that and tee that up for conversation in September so that the council can have conversations on that. So when future letters are put out and future conversations had on AOAs, we can take an informed, we can properly reflect what the council's view is on those two items in particular. And I'm sure there are others. So Diane Wyndham will be on later this afternoon. I believe it's at 2:00. Don't crucify me if I'm wrong. And she will talk about the timeline moving forward, roughly based upon what was included in the NOI. They'll come out with a draft EIS sometime next year and then go from there. A programmatic EIS, my bad. So that's what we have on the AOA comment letter. Mr. O, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I apologize. It was left over from the last one. I had a question there, but I'm going to save that for later. So I found out where my hand is now. So, okay, thank you.
Roger that. Anybody else from the Marine Planning Committee have any questions, comments, concerns, whatnot on specifically with regard to the AOA letter that was submitted last week or the process that went into developing that letter? I see none. Susan, do you want to kick off the PSN conversation?
Sure. I just have to find that letter because I didn't develop any notes for that because we just wrote it. Okay, so the proposed sale notice letter was a little bit different than the other letters we've been doing. Took a lot of conversation, a lot of back and forth, because of the, primarily because the proposed sale notice included two bidding credits. One for 20% that would credit potential lessees with further developing the offshore wind supply chain or training, and a 2.5% credit for developing a community benefit agreement. Hang on one sec. Okay. So as I said, it is with the council right now for the quick response turnaround. Again, like all of our letters, we talk about essential fish habitat, fishing communities, coastal communities, and MSA national standards. We talk a little bit about the proposed area for leasing, and again suggest that the BOEM should incorporate the PAC-PARS part of that for transiting and fairways, and accommodate the results and timeline of that process in before any leases are made. Let's see. We talk about some of the concerns very similar to our Oregon Call Areas letter and our Humboldt and Morro Bay letters regarding access to fishing grounds. And then we get into some of the wake effects and upwelling. We again talk about our concern with those and the lease areas, potential lease areas. Talk about engaging underserved communities, and then we get into the bidding credits. The council has serious concerns about the potential impacts of offshore wind development on fishing dependent communities, and the council is cautiously supportive of community benefit agreements as vehicles if sufficiently funded and implemented. These would provide support to coastal communities or stakeholder groups that could be impacted by offshore wind development. CBAs should extend and be guaranteed for the lifetime of the project and possibly beyond. They should also be required as a condition of the lease and should remain in place if a lease or offshore wind facility is transferred or sold to a different entity. We also recommend that BOEM require community benefit agreements to remain in place, and that financial benefits of the CBA should be provided annually throughout the lifetime of the offshore wind project. And that the bidding credit for a CBA may be insufficient to provide long-term support for the affected industries and community. The nature, magnitude, and duration of impacts is not yet known, and there are likely to be unanticipated impacts. Council recommends that BOEM consider increasing that 2.5% to a substantially higher value. We did have a lot of discussion about this between Carrie and Mike and I about, if that is higher, should the 20% credit for offshore wind supply chain development be lower? I mean, how the bidding credits work, if we proposed increasing the bidding credit for the CBA, we would be essentially giving the leases away to offshore wind lessees. So we didn't really get that far into the weeds in the council letter, but it's something we want to think about. What else? We talked about a lot of transparency regarding the community benefit agreements themselves, how, when they should be reported on, should they be transparent, and the council being a transparent, public, open, process, we definitely agreed that the community benefit agreements should be made public. We also talked about the metrics that BOEM should use to evaluate CBAs. And we suggested that metrics that recognize a broad range of affected stakeholders should be prioritized. So, fishermen who don't necessarily fish out of the closest port, but use those areas, those should also be considered. What else? That's pretty much it. You guys all saw it hasn't been posted publicly online yet because it's still a draft that the council is considering, but the Marine Planning Committee saw a draft of it. And that is about it.
Yeah, if I can jump in real quick, Susan.
Yeah. I was just going to ask you if you had any other comments on it.
Yeah, I would encourage folks who intend to comment on it to carefully review the proposed sale notice. Look at one of the leases, look at the bidder's financial form addendum. There's some language included in each of those. I mean, understanding, that the letter that was prepared for the council, didn't go into a lot of detail on some of the nuanced questions that are asked in the PSN. For those of you who haven't read the PSN yet, there is a number of questions that BOEM specifically seeks input on that, the council addressed at a really high level. So I would encourage folks who are contemplating or thinking about commenting on the PSN that they look through that closely.
Thanks, Mike. That is a very good point, because what I didn't know until recently was the bidder's addendum really has a lot of information that answered a lot of the questions I had when we were developing the letter. So I posted links to the proposed sale notice, the bidder's financial form, and the bidder's financial form addendum in the chat box. So thanks, Mike, for bringing that up.
Yeah, did you throw one of the leases in as an example?
I did not.
There's a whole section about commercial fishing within the leases themselves.
Okay.
I can do that real quick.
Cool, thank you. So we do have a couple questions. I see Scott McMullen.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. I did look at one of the leases for, I think it was the New York Bight, and I remember reading, and in the press, they talked about $4.37 billion or something for that lease sale. And I guess I'm a little bit slow, I think, but I had a hard time figuring out how everything worked together. And I was hoping that maybe when Nessie is on, or we could maybe get somebody with more expertise to just give a sort of a primer to us on how the lease process works. Was that 4 point whatever billion dollars for the New York Bight? Is that something that the bidders pay up front to acquire the access to those sites, or is that the value over the 20 years? I mean, I really had a lot of questions even after trying to decipher it looking at the lease.
Yeah, if I can jump in on that, Scott, that there, and I forget which document it's in, if it's in the PSN or if it's in the lease itself, they talk about the bidder's obligations to fund the bid amount. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. I don't remember, like I said, I don't remember it was in one of the addendums to the lease or if it was included within the PSN itself. But that question is answered within one of those documents for these lease sales.
So is the 4 point whatever billion, is that the total that's received over the 20-year life from the 6 or 7 different entities that were successful bidders, or is that separate from lease fees that come in annually?
Yeah, no, great question. Somebody step in and correct me if I'm wrong. I think those bid amounts are for the right to conduct activities. There is an annual rent that is charged to a developer, both pre-construction and once operational. God, don't quote me on this. I think it's $100,000 for each lease site. Once the lease is signed, and then once the facility is operational, the rent is reduced, and the developer is required to pay an operations fee, which is based upon a very complex formula that's described in one of those documents, and they pay that to the Treasury every year.
Right. I think I saw that, and it had to do with the rated the percentage of power versus the rated nameplate power, and it kind of calculated a ratio of what they were actually getting or something. But yeah, it was all very confusing, and I didn't know whether this total number was the sum total of projected income over the whole life, or whether that was just the upfront with more to follow.
Yeah, I think it's up front, and the lease itself discusses the rent and then the operating fees. It's on page 14 of the lease agreement that's linked in the comments or in the chat box. My bad.
So if that's the case, then isn't the 2.5% credit simply 2.5% of the upfront amount that they bid, that they don't actually have to pay? They get a credit for it for working on some community benefit program or whatever. But in other words, they're getting their upfront fee reduced without any proof that the benefit agreement actually results in measurable success to the vessels and industries that are impacted.
Yes, but reading through the lease and the PSN and that bidder's financial form addendum, BOEM can charge back if a developer expresses an intention to enter into a CBA but then doesn't. BOEM has the ability to charge back and collect that 2.5%.
Okay. Okay.
Susan, I don't know who was next. I think Steve's at the top of my list, so we'll go with Steve.
Yeah, that was the top of my list too.
Hey, yeah, thank you for that. And Scott, I certainly agree with you that we've got some questions for Nessie when she comes up. I just want to point out that even though these leases are specific to California, it's just very likely that this is the playbook that BOEM's going to use in other areas when they get around to this phase in other areas. So I think everybody should be paying attention to this. Also, there's a a feeling or some thought that that BOEM was limited to 25% total for these kinds of credits, and I had a back and forth with Doug Bourne about that, and it's not true. There really is no limit to how much credit they can give. Could be 40%, could be 50%. And the 25% only came about because of an internal document that BOEM generated a while back, but there's not a statutory or a regulatory limit on that. And then also, and this really goes to, I think, Scott's last point, that the percentages, whether it's 2.5 or 15%, whatever, there's not a direct equal sign that's how much money these companies are going to spend on fulfilling community benefit agreements. And so it does lead also to the question, buried in the BOEM document about who the judge is for when one of these agreements are successful or not, and actually meet the goals, let alone who actually sets the goals. And then I also want to point out that inside the PSN, you see BOEM also kind of reaching out, sort of a version of mission creep, wanting to know or have input about other uses besides impacts to the seafood supply chain, other uses or other qualifying entities that might get some of this money. And so, just pay close attention to that and give some careful thought about what that might mean for everything. In one hand, I don't think I care if other entities get money, a tribe or whatever, but I certainly don't want the amounts that are needed by the fisheries to be at any loss because of that. So those are my comments.
Yeah, thanks for that, Steve. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but the CBA credit is definitely, at least at present, is limited to those who, and correct me if I'm wrong, either make use of the resources that are in the lease area or use the lease area itself. So, but you're right, there's a question in the PSN about whether these CBA should be more general in nature. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Maybe just a quick question. I didn't really have, well, first of all, thanks to everyone who put all the work into writing these letters. I've hardly had time to review them, so it is a lot of work and a lot of time, and thanks for that. On this one, I guess looking at the quick response draft, I'm hearing what everyone has basically said this is confusing and don't quite understand it yet. And I guess I'm not seeing in the quick response draft a statement of that. Like, is it fair to say that we're still thinking this is going too fast and we're not, while we're making an effort to comment on it, the details are still, we're still trying to grasp the details. So I guess would it be fair that would be a preamble to the letter of, hey, this is still moving too fast for people's comfort?
I mean, if you're asking me personally, I would of course say yes. I mean, it would, as you get into the nuances that are included within the PSN and then the attached documents to it, there are a lot of nuances and there's a lot of confusion, I think, that reigns supreme. I think that would be just my opinion, that would be a very fair statement. I'll put it out for other MPC folks.
Mike, personally, I think that's fair, but I don't know if we can include that since it's already gone to the council for the quick response. Well, we should note it on our notes and check to see, what we can do about that.
That's a good point, Susan, but a council member could always suggest that edit.
Yep, that's true. Yes.
Michael?
Well, I don't know where to start. I did get into, attempting to make some edits, comments on the document. I don't think I materially changed anything or suggested it, but I don't know what the council got. And I guess that's a little bit, or what they're working with. That draft is not, having seen the final document, it's a little bit hard to know how to comment, I guess. But I guess there's couple of things that I'd like to bring up. And one is on the 20% for, I think it's skilled worker training or something. They're going to have to, the developers are going to have to pay that anyway. And the other part of it is the skilled workers may not be coming, or that money may be going to Puget Sound if that's where they put all the skilled workers together to assemble these things. We don't know, but I don't think it's going to be distributed evenly amongst the communities. If it's for skilled workers credit and they get their skilled workers, say in a big city and manufacture the turbines in a big city. So the 2.5% is ridiculous, I think. I mean, I've got a major heartburn over that. As far as I'm concerned, they ought to take the whole lease and get it ready to give it to the fishing industry, basically. I don't make any qualms about it. I think by the time you get all the linkage of economic value tied together, it's going to be a staggering amount. And I don't think they want to face that. I can't blame them. But the part, though, that I guess annoys me to some, quite an extent is why did we go, it seems to me, we leapfrogged right over avoidance, minimalization, I think is the next one, or and then mitigation, which implies something other than cash, and then compensation, which is definitely cash. And it seems like we just leaped over the avoidance and all that. Maybe I missed something. It's quite possible, but I sure didn't see much in there to indicate that they were making any effort for avoidance whatsoever. And if I'm wrong on that, call me out, but I don't see how, when the other ones are the higher priority in the pecking order, how we just ended up in compensation right off the bat. So again, if I'm wrong on that, call me out. I did have some other edits. I can't keep my screen going and keep this one going at the same time. So I forgot a little bit about what they were. I think redlining, at least for me, is a lot easier than doing comments. Some of the edits I made on the other ones weren't too earth-shaking, I guess. Or one is there's a lot more besides upwelling than just upwelling that may be affected. There's other ones like salinity and temperature, which are the most important factors for sardines, for example, which are pretty important for fish, and by the way, which we're seeing quite a few off Washington and Oregon in our survey. Those, I think those other factors should be, ecological factors should be played in there, or hydrological that play out in an ecological role. But I did expand on that a little bit, but, and the last I heard when I talked to Kerry, he was going to put that in. So I'm not sure, maybe the council's already got it and I'm complaining about nothing. But I understand how piled on everything gets, and at the last minute, it's hard to get it all together, but I'll leave it at that. But I think this 2.5% is the total share.
Falling out of trees now, falling on my face, falling out of taxi.
Thanks for that, Mike. I'm not laughing at you. Yeah, all good points. I didn't see the final draft. I don't think that I saw the final draft that was sent to the council for approval. I know we had weighed in via red lines or comments before then, and I'll check with Carrie to see if we can see the final version that was sent around. Susan, am I misspeaking here?
No, I was going back to look at which was the last draft I had, and I think it was one that I made a couple comments on, but they were small. But yeah, I didn't see the final draft, I don't think, before it went to the council. Maybe Mike Berner or Brett knows what the status of it is or can look at it and tell us. Sorry, Brett. Sorry, Mike, to put you on the spot, but I just figured you guys might have internal information about where it's at in the process.
I don't know. I'm not sure
Okay.
if Mike knows either.
The letter went out to council members on Friday, I believe. It's out, well, maybe yesterday, but it's out for comment from council members through this Friday, so that we can turn it around next Monday for submission. I'm not quite sure how to deal with this version control problem. I'm a little loath to send out the version that the council members are working from without checking with Carrie, but I could do my best to try to look at that draft and let you know what's in there. I don't know if that's worth our time either. But if there's something of critical importance, I could take a stab at that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mike. And just to answer your question, Michael, I know that in a version, Terry did try to address your comments and made reference to it in comments to his comments. So I know that what you sent, both you, what both you and Scott sent were considered, and I think that they were incorporated, maybe not verbatim, but I think the underlying sentiments of what you were saying was incorporated into the letter that was sent to the council. Steve.
Yeah, just going to Mike O's concern about skipping over avoidance and minimization. Yeah, actually, the letter does have sections in there on habitat and what have you, with really specific, please avoid this, stay away from this, that kind of language. And so I think it does engage with that, with those issues.
Michael.
Well, I will agree with what Steve said about the habitat, but I thought this was, and it's vitally important. I'm not making any, trying to degrade that fact, but what are they doing to avoid fishery conflict? That's where I'm at a loss. And I should have been more specific, but it would seem that, well, and I've said all along, there really is nothing to do. Once they take real estate away, you're not going to fish there. Not very likely anyway. Maybe a couple of fisheries, maybe. But anyway, I don't quite see, though, how it went to that stage of compensation, the end one we're supposed to get to if everything else failed. And they're, I guess, subtly telling us everything else failed. Or at least we don't have any avoidance techniques or methodology that I've heard of as far as the fishing goes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mike. And I've sent around notes of a proposed comment that I'll be submitting, and I bring up that very same point. I think we fell victim here to having 3 comment letters be the QR response, which are stacked up one against the other. So, you're right. And I think it's incumbent upon us, when we submit our comments letter on this to highlight that concern, because you're right, it's a valid concern. And, once we get into the next agenda item, which I think is the draft fisheries mitigation document that BOEM put out, I think we look there as well.
Mike, I'm sorry, one more thing though. The habitat is one part of it. The ecology is another part. The ecology is not based on solid bottom or rocks or whatever. And that has another dimension, which wasn't really in anything anywhere, but we brought it up, and it seems to be, I see all around the country now that there's mention being given to that. But it's this California current, it's especially important. And that Steve Joner has expressed that, I think, from the beginning, and so has Susan, about effects on the California current. And there's a lot of information coming forward, but I guess NREL is working on it as well, but I haven't seen anything out of them. And I've asked, I think before, if we could contact those guys, scientists that are working on it directly, and was told no, or it's coming along as it's going to. But it's again somewhat frustrating when it's a complex place. We know that, so I'll shut up.
Anyone else?
Hey, Mike.
Susan.
Just thanks. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. To Mike O's point, the letter does talk a lot about the California current, but I think that is one of our foundational concerns that we include in a lot of these letters. But I think it bears repeating. And like you said, including some of the comments and discussion we've had here that we can't or didn't include in the council letter. Some of those, we can also repeat in the personal letters that we will be writing from our respective organizations in our day jobs, so to speak. And we can also highlight those as concerns to include in our policy document. Some of that is mentioned there. I think a couple of the comments were not. And so I think this also underscores the reason why we really need a robust policy document so that we can refer to that and have that moving forward, if that makes any sense.
Mike, last comment, and Susan, thank you for that. I agree with you 100% on that. I think they've done a really good job of bringing it into play. It's just we're not getting any feedback from BOEM whatsoever as to the importance of it. And that's what I...
Did we lose you, Mike? Nope.
Good point, Mike.
I'm done.
That we aren't getting any feedback from BOEM, and that's part of the problem, part of the issue.
Mr. Niles.
Yeah, thanks. Like just on the, we're trying to be as flexible as possible with these quick response letters, but I think I heard Mike Berner say, and or Brett, if people are collecting points that have been made that might not be in the quick response draft, obviously many of you know I'm one of our reps on the council and we'll be weighing in, and others are listening here too. So I'm taking my own notes. But yeah, if Mike or Berner, if you could, or others had summaries, I think I got my own. Well, I'm sure I'm missing some of the points being made, but this has been helpful. And I think if council members are listening, then yeah, it's another way for us to, not putting too much pressure on council staff to make huge edits to what's done, but adding some points that we might have missed. I think that's part of this flexible process we're going for here.
Yvonne. And thanks for that, Corey.
Thank you. So one of the, sort of obvious challenges with this whole process is we're having to sort of discuss policies as comment opportunities on actions arise. It would be, I guess, more more conducive to good long-term thinking if we talked about this, sort of generally the question of compensation versus mitigation in advance rather than having to jump into a letter on it. So I guess I wanted to first maybe flag the idea of talking about compensation policies at some future MPC meeting in general, using this proposed sale notice as a sort of jumping off point for that discussion. And then I also was, I'm having to think about these things for the agency also, and in the same way, sort of one bit at a time, one letter at a time, and have wondered about this step in the process and have thought about, because it's off California, I was, of course, reminded of years ago the vessel and permit buyback program, and what the wind developers and what BOEM is trying to do here is different from a complete buyback, of course. But there might be some fishing businesses that would be interested in being bought out. And if that's the case, how might that look? So at any rate, there's short and long-term compensation for areas fished. And yeah, it's a lot of different issues to think about all at once and difficult to do in the context of responding to a particular letter. So I guess I'm just advocating for a future discussion generally of the types of compensation that might be of interest, assuming that mitigation has, been gotten beyond.
Yeah, thanks for that, Yvonne. That's you run up against two things here. And this is me talking off the top of my head. Is this the council's role? Question number one. And then just an acknowledgement that there are going to be so many diverse opinions over the topic of conversation amongst, fisheries within the same port, let alone, fishery participants across the West Coast. I loathe to think about how that conversation would go, but I guess part of why we're here is to, provide a venue to have those hard conversations. And that's just me off the top of my head without giving it any thought.
Yeah, I agree. It's very complicated, and it may not be the council's role to dive into these weeds.
Steve, Johnner.
Thanks. Following up on what Michael was saying about the protection of the environment, and in that document that was sent out from the Secretary of Interior, the solicitor, this is, I don't have a lot of assurance in dealing with BOEM that this is really adequately being addressed. In this document, the solicitor says that the Secretary's obligations provide for the protection of the environment and other obligations may I lost my spot there, but may decide in favor of supporting renewable energy sources. And so that tells me that there is a certain amount of risk to the environment that's not been documented or any way quantified in order to strike this balance and rule in favor of citing these renewable energy sources. So, and then it concludes by saying that the secretary has wide discretion in making these decisions. So I just don't feel confident. I haven't had the assurance that they're really going to give this a proper review. And, you know, we can talk about mitigation of fisheries, but you can't really mitigate damages to the ecosystem. So I feel like the mitigation discussions follow an assumption that the decision's already been made to do this, and yet there hasn't really been any adequate consideration protection for the environment. So I don't really know what we can do here. I know that I'm really pressing the tribe to take action on this. And, you know, it's very frustrating because we're used to dealing with NOAA and National Fisheries Service, and this is way different in this case. So I just want to make that point that I don't get a lot of assurance out of this opinion from the Interior Solicitor that they will adequately protect or ensure that the environment, the ecosystem is adequately protected.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that observation at all, Steve. You know, yeah. I mean, I think lessons learned in California will help inform what happens in Oregon. Mr. O.
Well, first off, the lessons learned have to be studied and adjusted if you're going to expect anything different from what happens in California. And so far, I haven't seen any remarkable ability of BOEM to do that or desire. But you're right, and we should be paying close attention. Yvonne brought up a point that I think is worth looking at from one aspect. If you mitigate, and I've been afraid of this, I didn't really want to talk about it, but if you mitigate and say, well, these guys can fish in between our turbines, and you say, if they don't go there, that's not our fault. So we don't owe them some money because they won't go where our turbines are. I mean, that's one aspect, but, or they could do all kinds of things to get partial payment. 2.5%, I think, is going to be way under partial, just minimal. But the buyback for those folks that want to get out, if you could have a complete package buyback and buy back the worth of what that business is, not just the boat, but the business and the income for a stipulated amount of time, then you might have a package that is worth looking at. But what we're being fed so far is nothing you can, you could probably go bankrupt on it real quick. So the other part of it is they talk about mitigation being, okay, you'll build a couple ice houses or something to replace the ones the processors shut down. But that benefits the people that remain behind. The people that are getting out, I think, are the ones that need the most money influence. And hopefully the ones that stay can make a living still from what's left. But, or hopefully we got quite a bit left to give keep them in there. But I think that the buyback, I don't like any kind of compensation just to get rid of the fishermen, but that might be one option that at least might be more fair, depending how it's designed, than some of the other ones I could see as potential hairball experiences.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Mike. And it's worth the conversation. I don't know if it's, specifically with regard to the PSN, but I think your points are good. We're supposed to be talking about the next agenda item. We got one more hand up. Heather, go ahead. and then we'll move on.
Thanks, Mike. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to say that I think the thing that's missing from this conversation is also the interruption for food security and impacts to underserved populations. And BOEM likes to put things into sort of silo things. But if you really look at the cumulative impacts and even the competing executive orders from the president, this type of activity has direct impact on food security as well as and that trickles down. Hunger is at an all-time high right now. I don't think they've seen it since these levels since the 1930s. I was hearing on NPR, and that's pretty significant. And then just around the buyback, as someone who worked for close to 10 years to fix a problem with our buyback loan, and I know this is different, I would just really want people to be super careful thinking about that and how that might work. The people that are in the groundfish fishery, the trawl fishery on the West Coast, including in California, that are paying the buyback loan even now, remained in the fishery with the expectation of having access to fish in the future. And they have already paid more than $40 million into the government for the buyback loan, and we still owe $10 million more. So I don't understand how we can ever put a value on, in particular, trawl fishermen in the groundfish fishery, because it's not just forward looking, it's all the sacrifices from all fishermen that have taken to get us to where we are today. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, Heather. Don't disagree. Larry, is it quick? I don't want to get behind.
Yeah, I'll certainly condense it, and I appreciate everybody's comments, but Steve Johnner and Mike O, the fundamental questions relative to the mitigation, why it's gotten to the head of the line rather than the last of the line, and the fact that it doesn't include the underlying fundamental concern, really, which is ecosystem effects. And that's one thing I would just ask, that if there's still an opportunity to do so, that when we talk about the wind wakes and upwelling, that we point out how inadequate at this juncture what the ecosystems effects of what we know are hydrodynamic effects or ocean effects mechanically, what does that translate into? And we need to make that case, even if BOEM isn't going to pay any attention to it, it seems to me. And then just one other thing, seems to me the fundamental flaw with these CBAs is that they're site specific, and that they're not, once again, the ever missing inaction cumulative impacts analysis. There's no, these CBAs need to be looked at relative to the total cumulative impacts of these projects coastwide. So just those couple of things that I wanted to mention. Oh, and then just maybe we should be looking at a cumulative impacts fund separate from these site specific funds over time.
Yeah, thanks. No, thanks for that. Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks for that, Larry. Yeah, I will point you to, in that bidder financial form addendum, there is a question about whether there should be separate CBAs for the two regions. I think what you're highlighting is a reason why probably yes. The impacts are going to be different in Humboldt than they will be in Morro Bay, but I think that's definitely something, as you're preparing your own comments on this, with an eye towards what's going to be coming to Oregon as well, keep that in mind, because you bring up a good point. So let's move on to the fisheries mitigation guidance, the draft comment letter that's currently in the works. After the June meeting adjourned, BOEM published its draft guidelines for mitigating impacts to commercial and recreational fisheries on the outer continental shelf. This has a comment period which closes on August 22nd. Back in 2013 and 2014, BOEM conducted workshops that resulted in 5 best management practice areas, the first of which was a fisheries communication and outreach. BOEM developed guidance on that in 2015. Then those were recently devised. So this document that we are going to be commenting on doesn't address that. The guidelines in this document focus on the remaining 4 best management practices and includes recommendations to lessees. So for instance, there's project siting design, navigation, and access. And the draft document outlines design elements that the lessee should consider in consultation with fishery stakeholders related to such things as static and dynamic cable design, facility designs, et cetera. With regard to safety, the draft document includes 10 specific items a lessee should consider. In terms of environmental monitoring, BOEM references previously published recommendations with regard to conducting and reporting the results of baseline collection studies. They also recommend that lessees work with state and federal fishery management agencies to explore the needs and methods to monitor changes in fishing activity as a result of proposed offshore wind energy development. And this kind of goes into what was talked about earlier. You know, there are guidelines with regards to financial compensation. And then BOEM discusses 3 specific items. There's a general approach in which the lessee should consider establishing a compensation process if a project is likely to result in lost income to commercial and recreational fisheries. There is a second BOEM recommendation with regard to standards with regard to gear loss and gear damage. And then there's also BOEM addresses some minimum standards with regard to determining compensation for lost fishing income. And then within that item, there are 3 separate items. What are adequate reserves for compensation? How long should compensation be paid? Varies depending upon the stage of the process, i.e. construction versus operations versus decommissioning. And then there's some recommendations that are centered on the management of funds, who would qualify as an eligible entity to receive said funds, and a claims process for submitting a claim for such funds. The council council staff is now collaborating with the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Councils, although it's likely that the PFMC will make its own version for the quick response letter per the council's direction in June. Carrie did note that other councils are commenting. I do want to throw out a note that the SBA Office of Advocacy is hosting a virtual small business regulatory roundtable to discuss this. That roundtable will take place next Thursday, August 4th, from 11 to noon Pacific time. If anybody is interested in getting information on how to RSVP for that, just throw your name in the chat, and we'll send you an email address for somebody in SBA to reach out to get information for how to participate in the meeting. Today, I think we should discuss what the overarching issues or concerns are with the proposed guidance. And then we'll be working with Carrie to circulate a draft for MPC review shortly, acknowledging that the public comment period ends in less than a month. So that's the brief overview I have in that. Let's throw it out for discussion. And that was a lot, I understand. I can't see if anybody has any hands raised.
Well, heck, this is Chris Potter. I give up on raising my hand. But I'd be happy to help with drafting a letter. We've done a bit of analysis already to provide to the Coastal States Organization, which is drafting a letter. I think one of the big issues I see is the difference between floating offshore wind and fixed bottom, and that unfortunately my computer is going to force me in 1 second to do a restart because it's up. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry.
We'll be here.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, and I think what Chris was going to say is that, this guidance doesn't differentiate between fixed structures and floating structures. So we'll have to look at it through that lens as well. I have some concerns about the draft guidance document. I don't know if folks have read it. To me, it could be interpreted as a means by which BOEM is telling potential developers that if you check these boxes, you have been deemed to mitigate. And as BOEM rightfully points out within the draft guidance document, they really have no authority to enforce any of these recommendations, but rather these are just kind of, as I interpret them, hey, developer, it would be nice if you did this. So, yeah, I'm going to be quiet now. I hope somebody else jumps in. But if not, we can put this to bed pretty quickly.
Hey, Mike, I don't have too much to add to that, although I am putting a link to the strategy in the chat. So if you all want to take a look at that, the link should be there.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Susan. And SBA convened some roundtables earlier as well. They did one back in December where BOEM did a similar effort, scoping what this draft fisheries mitigation document might look like. And then they hosted another roundtable, I believe it was for the draft DA for the Morro Bay wind energy area. And the SBA has submitted some pretty good comments in the past on those two things. So I would highly encourage folks to, contemplate attending this and expressing your opinion on these draft guidance to the SBA, as well as once we get a draft of a QR letter for the council to consider weighing in those as well. Mike, go.
Yeah, Mike, I couldn't agree with you more. I think we need all the ammunition and guns and everything else we can get, is not literally yet, but so the SBA is offered to, this gentleman has offered to get involved, and he's done a very effective job, I think, at this point. So I just second your motion there.
Thanks for that, Mike. Yeah, Priyanka's good people, and she definitely has perfected listening and incorporating what the stuff that she hears in her in SBA's comments on these. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mike. No, I think I was trying to buy some time for Chris to make it back, but I think you got to it, but just was looking for more on the process for sorry, someone just started to talk to me as I start talking about the process for the drafting this letter. It sounds like we're going to be doing it over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Corey. If it's due on the 22nd, I mean, using recent history as a guide, we would want to get a draft to the council for your review on or around the 15th, which means we would have to, have something available for MPC review 10 days before that. So yeah, I'm expecting that the next 10 or 11 days will be fun-filled for MPC members who are going to be charged with helping to draft that document.
Great, thanks.
Roger that. Scott.
Yeah, on section E of the guidance document, financial compensation, something that kind of struck me was the second half of the first paragraph called general approach. Anyway, it talks about the scope of impacts or losses that should be addressed by compensatory mitigation should be based on the impacts identified in certain documents. Primarily, it looks like the construction operations plan and BOEM's assessments, analyzing potential effects of the submitted plan. So anyway, this is all done in advance of the actual build out. And so there's, BOEM's rules or guidance is saying you base the mitigation on what we think is going to happen. And it seems like a better plan would be to have a mechanism that would allow for compensation based on what the actual impacts are after the fact, or maybe both. But we don't, I think there's a real chance we'll have some unexpected consequences that develop, and we, you know, according to this guidance, it's too late after the fact to have any hope of getting compensation for those impacts that show up after the thing's built.
Yeah, no, those are great points, Scott, and I don't disagree with any of that. You know, this goes back to that kind of posture that BOEM has taken, is that, you know, unless and until a lessee at this point submits a construction and operations plan, you don't know what, you know, what the theoretic impacts are, right? Like, if the inter-array cables aren't going to be suspended, you know, somebody can make an argument that you can still do some sort of bottom fishing activity there. But I think that you're spot on. And I think, you know, between the awarding of a lease and the development of a COP, there's going to be a lot of time, energy, and effort expended into what the potential impacts are going to be. And yeah, I think to the extent we can add clarity to this draft guidance document to highlight that, I think that's going to be incumbent upon us to do so. Delia.
Sorry, I probably should have lowered my hand. Corey asked the question I was most interested in, which was sort of the time frame for who's going to be involved, test with what, by when. But it sounds like that's still in flux, and maybe we'll get more details in that in coming days. Is that true?
Well, we're always seeking volunteers, but yes, I think that's true.
Okay. All right. And then I just wanted to highlight one thing that's just kind of on my mind a lot these days, having to do with section B on page 5, project siting, design, navigation, and access. There's a discussion here about the cables and minimum burial depth to 6 feet and cable protection mechanisms. And well, there's a lot here that I just sort of keyed in on. There's no discussion about those transmission cables into the near shore, or I guess it's just not clear to me, and maybe this is because it was written for the East Coast and they have maybe different strategies there, but I think it'd be really important to highlight that for the Pacific Coast. I think all 3 states are pretty concerned about transmission through the near shore and wanting to make sure that it abides by, you know, state policy and law as well. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to key in on the fact that it doesn't get into that level of detail. It doesn't specifically say that it excludes the near shore, but in other comment letters we've been discussing the need to accommodate cabling through the near shore as well. So I know that's important to a number of our fishing sectors here in Oregon. So just wanted to mention that as something we might bring up in a comment letter.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Delia. I guess when I read through these, I assumed that the static cable referred to transmission cables that would run between a substation and wherever those cables came ashore. Because the dynamic one talks about more, you know, if they're suspended, those seem to be referring specifically to the inter-array cables that would connect the turbines together. Yeah, I have concerns about the 6-foot depth. I mean, I think if we learn anything from the Block Island fiasco, is that 6 feet isn't enough. And without knowing ocean conditions around where the Block Island is, I'm going to assume that there's, you know, that the weather that exists where these transmission cables will come ashore might be a little bit nastier. So maybe 6 feet isn't enough. Maybe we want to suggest something deeper just to ensure that those cables don't become unburied like they did at the Block Island facility.
Yeah, perhaps just a follow-on comment about that, though. I think without more information, more detailed information that we currently lack on the geologic strata, it's very difficult to say whether or not burial depth beyond that sort of 6-foot standard, industry standard, would be successful. And that would obviously vary coastwide too. So just kind of a point about when we start getting into more detailed nuance and recommendations, do we have the information to support that? And we may not. So.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else? Are we looking forward to lunch? Is that why everybody's being quiet? Well, Susan, I don't see anybody else charging to comment. Oh, Darius, you just came unmuted, so I'm assuming you want to jump.
Yeah, I just going through the BOEM thing on the 23rd. I just kind of got stuck on general approach to developing mitigation measures. And all through this whole thing, BOEM recommends that the leasee engage in commercial recreational fishery communities prior to engaging any activity to support. Recommends. There's no teeth in that. And continuing on through there, it says well, the leasee should, and the leasee should. These are BOEM recommendations. There's no teeth in them. They don't have to do anything. I just had to bring that up.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and I think that's definitely a follow-up question that we asked for Nessie. BOEM is somewhat limited in what their statutory and regulatory authority is with regards to mitigation. We have long heard from BOEM that they can't force developers to do these things, hence why this is coming out as a recommendation, may versus shall, might versus should, all that fun stuff. So, yeah, I mean, that was one of the things when I read through this is exactly what you said. I mean, these are all guidelines. These are all recommendations. There's no requirements, and I'm not sure that BOEM can require this, but I think that's definitely a question that we ask of Nessie when she's on at whatever time she's on, 2:30ish, I think.
Thanks.
Yeah, 2:30.
Hey, Mike, I just want to draw your attention to the chat. Chris Potter put some comments in the chat that I think are very helpful. So I've copied those to our notes, but for anybody else online, you may want to check those out.
Thanks for that, Delia.
Yeah, one more suggestion on page 3 under the information requirements. Number 2 talks about, and this may be too in the weeds for where we're at yet, but just something to consider. It talks about including that the developer should include a list of agencies and persons with whom they communicated or will communicate, and the potential impacts discussed. And I wonder if we might consider a comment that should be restructured to that a developer should submit some sort of verification from the agencies and persons with whom they communicated, so that it's the participants in that discussion are validating that, yes, this is what we spoke about. That's it's a different way of handling that communication rather than a box checking exercise. It becomes more of a, I don't know, more of a handshake that, yeah, this is what we discussed. So maybe that's too in the weeds for today, but just a thought I was having as I read through this.
Yeah, no, and that I greatly appreciate that. I think that mirrors language that is included either in the lease itself or within one of the forms that are attached to the proposed sale notice. That there's a requirement that developers report that. I think that's carryover language from that. So I think that's a good catch. Thanks for that.
Sure.
And Mike, you have Mike Okaniski has his hand up again.
Yeah, Mike, comment that was made several people back, but BOEM has no trouble scrambling the NEPA process from, to a backwards approach and not being able to come to any conclusions about an EIS before the COP is ready to go. But the same should apply to the monetary, even more so, because the NEPA process is ridiculous. But the being able to assess the losses is going to be a monumental task. And I mean, just to put a little, somewhat very prescriptive little formula that we don't even know how it comes out in the end is not going to be adequate at all. So I don't know how to address that, but I mean, the process itself and the idea of unleashing the developers or telling them they've got to go in and start talking to people, to me is, I guess they are free to do it anyway, but I could see that causing a lot of disturbance in the environment of our fisheries. But the other, I mean, just doing it individual developer by developer, when the fishermen might be fishing for multiple developers' areas or around them or have a claim on them, is ludicrous. And that's where the government has just failed us all to step in and say, we're going to manage this thing. Maybe bad management, but what's going on now is not acceptable in my mind. So that's all. It's just more complaints, I guess, but there's a lot of room for them.
Thanks, Mike. I see Larry Thievik has his hand up. Go ahead, Larry.
Larry, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Okay, I hope that's better. Thanks, Susan. One of the things that really troubled me overriding from the draft guidance document was the concentration on displacement as the measure of need for mitigation. And then, once again, we see, as Mike has been referring to, the BOEM refuses to do a programmatic EIS prior to the development of offshore wind, yet it's already decided that we're going to have foreseeable, significant, negligible or negative impacts that will warrant mitigation. That seems kind of contradictory. But back to the displacement piece, I think we need to challenge that they're using displacement as the measure of the scope of what needs to be mitigated. I mean, there are so many more issues larger than just displacing fishers from a certain area as potential negative impacts from offshore wind development. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, Larry, this is Susan. Thanks for that. I think you make a very good point. And in our Oregon call letter and the proposed sale notice, I think we bring out some of those concerns. So I've made a note to myself to take another look at those and bring those back to the table for inclusion in the mitigation letter.
Thanks.
I'm not seeing anybody else. So I guess one last call before we break for lunch.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, yeah, I don't see anybody else. So let's take a break for lunch. The next thing we have on our agenda is at 1 o'clock, where we will discuss the report for the September council meeting. Make some assignments or volunteers for that. Followed by a public comment period at 1:30. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll have Diane Wyndham here for the NOAA Aquaculture Opportunity Areas discussion. Followed by 2:30 p.m., Nessie Sumait will be here from Volum to talk about West Coast offshore wind update. So with that, I guess we'll see you back here at 1.
Perfect. Thanks, Susan. Thanks, everybody. See you
Thanks,
then.
everybody.
I put up a break slide that will return at 1.
Well, Brett, it's
Thank
not
you,
pretty.
Brett.
It doesn't have fish on it.
That'll be extra. That'll cost you extra.
Take it out of the mitigation funds.
Hey, Mike, are you back? Mike Conroy?
I am.
Okay, should we get started?
Let's see. Is our fill-in staffers here? I guess that'd be are they, not is they.
I'm back. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Not sure I like my new title, but I'm here.
Didn't you self-anoint yourself that? I guess that was redundant.
True enough. True enough.
Okay. Well, welcome back to the afternoon session of the Marine Planning Council. Marine Planning Committee, sorry. The Marine Planning Committee needs to talk briefly about discussion and assignments for our September council meeting report. So I'm going to see if I can share my screen. Okay, are you all seeing that? The draft Marine Planning Committee report?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So this report outline is also posted to the Marine Planning Committee's shared Google Drive. We need to have a first draft of this report done by August 5th. So I guess we're looking for some volunteers to fill in some of these sections. And Mike Conroy, I can't see all the participants, so if you see anybody with raised hands,
No, not
let
yet.
me know or call on them.
I'll volunteer myself for the California portion underneath this item.
Okay. Thank you. Any other volunteers? This is going to be a very short report if Mike's if we only have one section in it.
So
This
both
is Steve
Corey
Scheinblower.
and
I'll help Mike.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
and then both Corey and Mike O raised their hands too.
Okay, Corey.
Yeah, can you hear me okay, Susan?
I can.
Sorry, I switched computers there. Yeah, I don't know that we'll have much to say about Washington, but if there are things, I would be happy to start a draft of that. But yeah, I don't think we have much to add at this point, but we'll see what comes up later today.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Mike
Mike
O.
O.
Volunteer to help Corey out on Washington.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
And then Steve.
Oh, there we go.
If Corey and Mike find something to report on for Washington, I will try to contribute an update on what the tribes have been up to. Often get questions about that, so I'll connect with the other coastal tribes and see if we have anything briefly to report, and then I'll provide that through Corey.
Perfect. Thank you, Steve.
Delia.
Yeah, just a question. Are we, the content of this report is today's discussion, or are you asking that it go beyond today's discussion for updates from the states?
Primarily today's discussion. I mean, we still have the AOA and BOEM updates to go. So those will go into this afternoon's, sections. Anything here, if we have other updates, we did leave a placeholder for that. So.
Okay, well, I can pitch in on Oregon's update or summary of today's discussion if there's anything else about Oregon.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad to hear your voice in just a second. Babe,
Thank you, Delia. I can help out with that.
Hang on one second.
We had a lot of good discussion on mitigation guidance. Well, and the policy and the guidance document. Would anybody like to volunteer for those? I can put my name down to the fisheries mitigation guidance if I can have somebody else help me out on that.
Yeah, sorry, Susan. I'll help with that as well.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So we still have aquaculture opportunity areas, and policy and guidance document.
Yeah, I assume that the AOA stuff is just going to be a repeat of what Diane tells us, just the timeline moving forward. I think we can glean that from the NOI itself. So I don't mind pasting that into a document, into a report.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mike. So what about the policy and guidance document? I think we need to, there was some discussion on exactly what the latest version is, I think. So we may want to check with Carrie on that. And then figure out who wants to tackle that section.
Question on that one. Did Carrie put together most of that to begin with, or Mike, were you pretty involved or not?
I think hearkening back to, I mean, because this all started a while back. I think we all had a hand in it in some way, shape, or form. But I think it was primarily driven by Carrie, and then, you know, based upon feedback received from the various ABs as these have been vetted by them.
Yeah, I'd volunteer to do the feedback. I don't know if there will be a lot of structural change in that or not, or if it's just kind of a polishing up and maybe introducing a few more constructs, but on the feedback side, I think I'd put Carrie in there for sure. Because in a sense, it's the council's document, and we're giving advice, I think, on what they come up with. Maybe not. Maybe we are creating it from scratch, but I think it was Carrie that kind of laid out the foundation for it.
Yeah, I don't think we're creating this from scratch at all, Mike. I think it exists. It's been circulated a few times, but you know, Carrie's very good at volunteering us to do things. I don't have a problem at all volunteering him to do something.
Yeah, well, I think most of the structure is already in place, Mike, is what I meant. I think, I mean, he should have some feedback from the council by now. So it seems like it might be more of a, you know, getting it finalized, and if there's some new ideas in there, then there might be several, but I can't see it being like starting from scratch all over.
No, I think you're right. And I think this was the opportunity, because I think at the June meeting, neither the EWG or the EAS had a chance to weigh in. I think this is going to be their opportunity to do so.
Okay. Good point.
Thank you.
Mike Berner, I see your hand is up. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Susan. As Carrie's supervisor, I will volunteer him for this task.
Okay.
On the final council approval coming up here in a little bit, so I hope we're not starting from scratch. I think we're getting pretty close.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we are starting from scratch. Corey Niles.
Yeah, sure. I guess I thought it was assuming what we're talking about here, who's volunteering to summarize what we talked about today.
Right.
In this, so that's a little bit unfair to ask Carrie to do it since he's not here. But we're also hear people volunteering for the working on the guidance document itself. So just distinguishing those two things. For example, I'm sure most of us would like to be on the group that puts together the fisheries mitigation guidance draft letter. Yeah, I thought we're just looking for folks here to write a paragraph or two summarizing what happened here today.
Yep. That's
Okay.
exactly it.
Thanks, Susan.
Okay. Mike, I think we're pretty good to go on. We have assignments for writing the supplemental report. Do you want to move into public comment period?
Certainly, if anybody, yeah, we can do that for sure. Acknowledging
Okay.
that we have 47 minutes before Diane gets here. I think.
Right. So can I get a show of hands about how many people would like to provide public comment real quick?
I see Larry's got his hand up, Susan. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I was hoping to make sure, I just wanted to make sure at this point that we have enough time to accommodate everybody. We just want to encourage commenters to provide comment on today's agenda. And, this is not a public hearing for BOEM or to air grievances or anything like that, but we do have the September council meeting is another time to provide public comment. So with that, I encourage anybody else in the audience, if they want to make a public comment, to raise your hand. I think we have plenty of time for public comment now. So, Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be the only one. And like you said, there's going to be some opportunities to comment later. So maybe this is a little out of turn. But obviously, I won't take up more time than what's allotted. So I did want to make some general comments about mitigation generally, and then more specific to the draft guidance. So the long-term site-specific and cumulative coastal effects of offshore wind off our shores, off our shores, is not yet known, nor are the effects of potential takes of avian species, marine mammals, and impact on ecologically important areas for marine life, and the impacts on the California current ecosystem. Without a better understanding of impacts, it is difficult, if not impossible, to provide a meaningful preemptory mitigation plan, especially on the timeline proposed. If projects are poorly considered and poorly placed, the capacity or means for mitigation to make the ecosystem or stakeholders whole will simply not exist. I have a question that how can anyone seriously present future mitigation needs or proposed mitigation pathways without adequate knowledge of offshore wind projects and scale of effects? Data still continues to plague and lag proposed decision timeframes. BOEM stated position that an EIS cannot be expected or would be essentially meaningless without a specific project described, if true, logically seems to also indicate that mitigation implementation decisions would also be premature and essentially meaningless without a specific project and should follow or be included in an EIS. A PEIS may resolve that contradiction. BOEM's recognition that offshore wind development at scale and vision will likely cause adverse effects and will necessitate mitigation, including financial compensation, is appropriate, but soliciting specific mitigation or recommendations at this time may be an early surrender to an avoidable destiny. Fishers cannot be displaced and have their communities and sport industries degraded without exploring every possibility to deploy offshore wind on the OCS with minimal disruption and minimal need for mitigation. At this stage, the draft guidance seems premature, but there are some overarching principles that might prove valuable in future mitigation guidance, and I offer these not to be totally inclusive, but to stimulate and maybe add to the draft guidance letter on the draft guidance. The mitigation's number one goal should be the avoidance of conflict. Every effort must be taken to determine whether a proposed siting from either an unsolicited lease request or a designated call area is an area that will produce no or minimal use or environmental conflict prior to leasing. I saw little of that discussion in the draft mitigation guidance. Similarly, mitigation should include a meaningful no action alternative. And what I've seen in BOEM's lease process so far is little interest paid to effects analysis or to negative impact thresholds that would signal a need to say no to an OSW project or location. And I didn't recall much mention of no action alternative in the mitigation draft guidance. I believe that we might share a preferred alternative, if it can be done, for a designated compensation fund rather than the individual promises by developers for site-specific potential impacts. And I believe that compensation fund should include site-specific and cumulative impact contributions from projects. Mitigation will require recognition of differing permitting guidance from individual states and require consistency with state and local laws from federally permitted activities with consequent coastal effects and/or require state and local permitting. Mitigation discussions need to include review of differing coastal and fishing dynamics in differing states. Mitigation discussions, which have not so far include discussions that revolve around an analysis of the potential links between ecosystem effects from OSW and consequent management prescriptions on fisheries. And an example of that is if migration patterns of threatened or endangered humpback whales are affected by projects, and the whales thereby may migrate into closer to shore and cause more interaction with other fishing operations, then regulatory measures might be increased on the fishery, but that increased interaction was caused by the offshore wind development. Similarly, with the avian endangered species, if there are takes caused by the offshore wind development, that impact of takes might end up being a burden on other uses that might have takes but do not take it or would not have it take, yet they could suffer from increased regulatory burdens. And I believe mitigation discussion needs to have more analysis of effects on marine life and solutions to fishing activity conflicts from transmission cables between turbines and to shore. In order to understand mitigation needs from this aspect of offshore wind development, more research needs to be done on potential EMF effects on marine life and on sufficient burial depths and burial distance from shore to avoid additional conflicts with present ocean uses. Until these effects are better known, it is difficult to describe or recommend a mitigation protocol for transmission cables. I conclude my comments, at least, with saying that I believe a deep dive into mitigation strategies at this time is an admission, in my mind, of an early surrender to a perceived flawed process. And thanks for everybody's effort to try to remedy the problems that all of these projects present. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, Larry. listening to you speak, it seems like everything that you've mentioned are things that we have previously mentioned in comment letters, whale migrations, environmental impacts and all that stuff, birds. And you're right. I mean, to not see those mentioned was somewhat disheartening. Heather.
Thanks, Mike. Heather Mann, Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Just two quick comments. One, I 100% support the comments that Larry just made. I think they were well done, eloquent, and to the point. And Mike, I agree with your comments as well, that these are things that have been shared more than once. And so I guess my public comment is that we continue to share these things. The fact that it's not picked up the first time or the second time or the 10th time is frustrating, but we need to stay at it to create a record. And that is at this point super important. And so I would just encourage people, while it might be time consuming and take, additional workload, that we are continuously being consistent and repeating the points for the record. Thanks. And thanks, Larry. Really well done.
Elena.
Thank you, Mike. Regarding the mitigation guidance, I do agree as well with everything Larry stated. I believe socioeconomic study first must be done before any mitigation can ever be determined, and that has not happened. Regarding the ecological and environmental trade-offs, I believe those are inseparable from the fishing industry on our coast, and mitigation to fishing communities without understanding the ecological trade-offs is just a short-sighted and very not a time-relevant effort, I suppose. The cumulative impacts from more than one project, as well as from more than one stressor to in the context of environment and ecology, must be incorporated. Unforeseen impacts came up today earlier, and during the West Coast BOEM meeting about the guidance over the last week or two, I posed a question about the unforeseen impacts. Fisheries are very dynamic. Not everything can be predicted today, but it doesn't mean it may not come up. And the response was that there are other mechanisms that BOEM could use. One example was fisheries disaster declaration. The other one was very obscure, basically saying that within the Department of Interior has a mechanism that they could leverage for the unforeseen effects. One example for I brought up the Marine Stewardship Council and potential risks to that. We have 3 fisheries with a MSC certification, and it's a concern that ecological and environmental impacts from offshore wind may come up as a problem in the MSC process. And one quick example is 2 dead whales that came up in the midwater hake fishery a couple years ago. And it took a bit of a fight, and thanks, Heather, for providing some additional information. Basically, the certifier was trying to make a conclusion that the midwater trawl gear has a higher chance to impact whales because of those 2 whales. And luckily, Heather obtained some record from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, clearly stating that no, those whales were dead. So what I am getting to is if the whales would be floating from the farm and got trapped in our net next time without the signs of being dead for a long time, that will be a problem. Displacement, I agree, is not the only effect and should not be indicated as such. There are numerous other effects, including the quota reduction from the loss of the survey grounds. And the two last points I've got, food security is a big component, and Heather brought it up already. How do you really put a value on that? And at least there should be an effort to that. Fisheries are the food producers, not just fishermen. We produce food for people, and in the climate that is changing, that's a big issue to look into. And lastly, the enforcement. Who will be enforcing, how it will be enforced, and which agencies will have an oversight and direct input into this. It is my understanding, per Doug Boren, I believe, he said that Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement would be the agency. So I hope at some point, Bessie, that's, I believe, what the acronym, how you pronounce it, at some point that they will be present in the room so we could have that conversation with them as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Elena. Anyone else? So Susan, what do you suggest that we do, since we don't expect, well, maybe this is a question for Mike and or Brett as well. Since we don't expect Diane till 2, should we go on break for 30 minutes? Or is there anything that MPC members want to discuss in the interim, or what? I'm open to any and all suggestions, ideas, thoughts, whatnot.
Hey, Mike, that was my suggestion too. Maybe, I don't know if we want to go back and talk about some of the mitigation comments that we want to put into a letter, or not. But I'm open to ideas. I think that mitigation letter from the council is going to be important. And given the testimony we just had from Larry and Heather and Yelena, maybe we want to add some more to that discussion. Do any of the MPC members want to continue that?
I'm open, but I don't want to speak for everybody else.
Or maybe we go on break until 2. Oh, wait,
Yes.
somebody has their hand up.
It's Mike up.
Oh, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, just, it might be an opportunity if the proponents of that, the three you mentioned, just gave us a little, fleshed it out a little bit and see if we've got something there to run with. Yeah, I mean, or maybe we just take it from where it is. I don't know. But it seems like if we get a recommendation from the people that attend these things, which is asking quite a bit sometimes, we get quite a few of these meetings, not to mention all the other stuff that goes with it, we should pay some attention to maybe taking an action approach to it. Just my own thought.
I don't disagree with you at all, Mike. Susan, if you're trying to talk, you're muted.
No, sorry, I have construction going on next door, so I'm trying to stay muted as much as I can. Nope, I don't have any problem with that either.
Yeah, I think between you and I, and I'm sure others, we've got plenty of good notes on this, and I think we can certainly incorporate the things that we've heard from Larry, Elena, and Heather, and ensure that those are incorporated into our draft document, and then obviously we'll send it around to the other ABs for their inputs before it gets pushed to the council for their final approval. But I would encourage, if anybody has comments on this after you've had a chance to either review or think more about this, feel free to send in whatever comments you have via email. You can send them to me, Susan, or whoever.
Mike, I think that's a good way to go, and let them get a little more thought process involved. And if they come up with something, I think we should see if I think we kind of owe it to the audience. They've been pretty supportive all the way along. So if they've got ideas, and these people have good ideas as a rule, so maybe we can get something out of that to include my own thoughts.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, Mike. And I'm not going to say the good news is it's a short read, right? It's about 10 pages with 2 pages of fluff at the end. So it doesn't require that much time to read through it, but it is one of those nuanced documents where you can see that BOEM took quite care in choosing the words that they did. So I would encourage folks, if you haven't read it, to read it. If you've read it once, read it again. There's a lot within that document that is worthy of commenting on. That is for sure. So Susan, you just want to go on break till 2 then?
Yeah, I don't see anybody else has any hands raised, so yeah, I guess break until 2 and grab another cup of coffee.
Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon. We ready to go?
Hey, Brett. I don't know if we have Diane here. Let me look.
I do not see her name listed.
I do not either.
I sent her an email indicating that we were going to be on break till 2. Maybe I gotta hope. Yep. So we can talk about the 3-eyed lionfish if we want. Oh, well, that makes sense where you got it from, Mike.
Yeah, it's not obviously from the seas. I don't
That's
see a
loosely
Diane
based on that.
on the list
that-
either.
Do you think that's loosely based from that fish that used to make an appearance on The Simpsons?
Maybe. I don't see any emails or anything from Diane either. I hope she's not trying to reach out to Carrie because he's not around.
Oh, she's here.
Oh no, she's
Oh,
on.
there she is.
She's on. There we go.
Yep.
Good.
Look at that. Sign right on and get.
Sounds like you
get
must be
right to
talking
it.
about me. Tuned in the nick of time, huh?
We were
Perfect
talking
timing.
about.
Perfect timing.
It saved us from talking about the Simpsons fish. Don't ask.
All right. Well, if you guys are ready for me, I can give you a brief update on the AOA process and then see if there's any questions that I can answer about that or other topics.
Sounds
That
good.
sounds good, Diane.
Okay,
Diane, I
great.
gave you Diane, this is Brett Weedoff, council staff. I gave you control if you need to present anything. You can just go ahead and share your screen.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that. I did not prepare a presentation. There's not a lot of detail that I can go into at this point because of the rules regarding NEPA and ex parte communications. So what that means is that basically because the public comment period on the notice of intent for the AOAs has now closed. That public comment period is closed. So we have to be very careful and mindful of what kind of conversations we have while we're in the preparation period for the programmatic EIS. I'll let you know if we cross any of those lines, but there's a little bit of wiggle room there. But so just to recap, as you know, the notice of intent to prepare a programmatic EIS for the Southern California AOAs opened on May 23rd and was a 60-day public comment period that closed at 9 p.m. on Friday, July 22nd. We had 2 public scoping virtual sessions in June and July. And the end result of that is, to date, we have received on regulations.gov 43 comment letters, some of which were also emailed to me directly, and some are a form of like a standard comment letter, multiple letters with the same content, basically, but they're all recorded. So everyone that submitted a comment will be counted. And we also received a total of 10 oral comments during the public listening sessions. And I think virtually all of those oral comments were also supplemented with written comments that were submitted to regulations.gov. So that is the latest update. Obviously now our work begins in earnest in drafting the programmatic EIS and considering all of those comments as we move forward with that process. And I want to extend my thanks to the council and the various advisory bodies and individual state and federal agencies that have submitted their comment letters. We greatly appreciate that and are really looking forward to digging into that information as we start considering and organizing those comments to inform the development of the programmatic EIS. And our timeline remains at this point approximately the same. We had forecast late winter of 2022 or early into 2023 to complete the draft programmatic EIS and publish it for public comment period. so I can continue to update the council as to our progress on that over the coming months, just to keep you up to date and aware if there are any notable delays or complications. But that's the timeline that we're estimating at this point in time. So I'll stop there and see if anyone has any questions about that. Well, that was easy.
Thanks, Diane. I'm putting a link in our chat that will guide users to the West Coast Region, Southern California AOA page that at the bottom of that includes a schematic that shows the draft PEIS timeline. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's helpful. Also, you're welcome to go on regulations.gov for this particular effort, and you can see all of the public comments that were received there. All of the letters are accessible. You can link to them and download them and read them at your leisure.
Thanks. So I have a question, and this may run into the realm of those things that you cannot talk about, given ex parte communications and the like. But I know when we were contemplating a council quick response letter on this, we got wrapped around the axle a little bit on both finfish and non-native species. I'm not asking you if you're going to, what NOAA's approach is going to be in the PEIS, but is there a NOAA policy on either or both of those as of today?
Independent of the AOA process, yes, there is policy. I'll put the link in the chat here. I shared this with Carrie last week because he raised the question with me as well. And so in this policy, it's pretty generalized throughout the main body of the policy. But then in the appendix is NOAA guidance for aquaculture in federal waters. And under goal 1 of that, ecosystem compatibility, aquaculture development in federal waters is compatible with functioning of healthy, productive, and resilient marine ecosystems. And there's a number of bullets there. And one of the bullets, let's see, 1, 2, 3, it's the 4th or 5th bullet, says supporting the use of only native or naturalized species in federal waters unless best available science demonstrates use of non-native or other species in federal waters would not cause undue harm to wild species, habitats, or ecosystems in the event of an escape. So that's the level of detail that we've gotten into addressing that particular concern. The other thing I can say is that to date, the industry interest relative to finfish aquaculture, which I believe is the primary area of the council's concern relative to native versus non-native species. Industry interest is really focusing on native species, primarily yellowtail, Seriola dorsalis, and white sea bass. There has in the past been interest in striped bass as well, which many do view as a sort of naturalized species. However, I've yet to find a state or federal agency that actually has an agency position on that. So it's still up for debate. It is a popular commercial species and is easy to propagate with a pretty quick growing time to harvest size. But it's
it's not showing up as the primary species of interest in the aquaculture industry that I'm seeing in Southern California, which is at this point really limited anyway. I think the industry by and large, and this is just my personal opinion, is watching and waiting to see what happens with Pacific Ocean aquafarms before they venture into exploring permits. And I'm not even sure that industry is watching that closely in California. By and large, I am not fielding inquiries or phone calls from industry interested in pursuing finfish aquaculture. The only exception to that is Nordic Aqua Farms' RAS system that they've proposed up in Humboldt County on the island of Samoa, which is a closed recirculating system, and they're actually proposing to grow Atlantic salmon, but that's not an open ocean proposal. So the other thing I wanted to mention relative to this bullet about supporting the use of native species unless best available science demonstrates no undue harm from non-native species. Relative to shellfish and potentially some macroalgae species, there are state-approved registered species for shellfish aquaculture that include the Mediterranean mussel and the non-native oyster. These are industries that are well developed and have been in place for decades. So again, I think it's a matter of how you view non-native versus naturalized, but bottom line, the permitting process and the environmental review, which may include NEPA analysis or CEQA analysis in state waters, does look at these issues, and the permitting process itself does have to make these kinds of analyses to look at if there is a non-native species being proposed in an action that's seeking a permit. Those effects do have to be analyzed. So, the NOAA as an organization has a preference for using native or naturalized species, but bottom line, any consideration of non-native species is subject to robust science to clearly demonstrate that there's not undue harm caused to wild species, habitats, or ecosystems. So I don't know if that gets into the level of detail that you were looking for, but I wanted to at least cover those main points for you.
Yeah, no, thanks. That was very helpful. And I'm going to go just a little bit into the weeds. The Pacific, if memory serves correct, that Pacific Ocean Aquafarms project was proposing not to produce California yellowtail, but that Hiramasu yellowtail, which I don't believe is native. And I don't even think that there's a question there. I think I was just providing an observation, so I lost my train of thought. But I guess the question would be, would that Hiramasu yellowtail be deemed non-native, even though, or would they try, I don't know if we can answer this, would they try to just qualify it as just yellowtail as opposed to the California yellowtail that we have off the coast here?
They're looking at Seriola dorsalis. So let me see if I can find our webpage for the POA project, because that'll have that information that you're looking for. If you'll give me a moment while I'm trying to find
post it. I
that.
just found it. Oh, you got it. Oh, and Louis just said that the Pacific Ocean Aquafarm is for California yellowtail, so that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe it was when it was under its Rose Canyon initiative. They were talking about that other one, but
yeah. So that was 15 years ago when over 15 years ago when Rose Canyon was first getting started. They were looking at multiple potential species that included striped bass as well. I think striped bass was one of their species of preference. The project is a completely different project now, both in location and in terms of the species being proposed to farm. So hopefully the website link will give you all of that information. From a seafood perspective, the demand for the farmed form of California yellowtail is preferred by the sushi markets and industry because the flesh is much more tender from a farmed fish. So, which I think has to the applicant seemed like a strong point that they're not competing with any wild fishery. It's a completely different market, but it is a market opportunity for developing a locally raised species for that purpose. So that was part of their thinking going into that. But of course, all of this will be evaluated in the environmental impact statement that's being developed for that project, and that the NEPA process is being led by our NEPA team at NOAA headquarters. It's not being led here in the region. So again, that process, we're past the notice of intent public comment period for scoping for that project as well. So there are limits as to what I can say about that, other than the effort to develop the programmatic EI, or excuse me, not programmatic, the individual project EIS is underway.
Perfect. Thanks. Anybody else from the MPC have any questions for Diane? See any? Larry?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. So I may be speaking a little out of turn here, and perhaps my knowledge is somewhat misinformed, but yeah, there's specifically, and then generally, I think I can ask the general question without trouble, but specifically, I thought that Oregon at least has as an example, Atlantic salmon identified as an invasive species. Now, I may be wrong about that specific designation, but my question is, I mean, first of all, is that true? I thought California did as well. But the question then would be, if a state declares a species invasive for good reason, at least as the state determines, would that then preclude the introduction of that species in waters, federal waters adjacent to the state?
Well, clearly the state agencies would, and they do, argue that any activity in federal waters can potentially affect the resources of California in state waters. That is, we hear that both from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife as well as the California Coastal Commission at a minimum. So that argument is made. I'm not aware of any efforts in California other than the Nordic Aqua Farms RAS closed system proposed in Northern California and Humboldt Bay. I'm not aware of any interest in pursuing, clearly a non-native, and again, I'm not positive if that is considered an invasive species in the state of California or not. But clearly that is something that would have to be part of the analysis at a minimum, if not completely precluded. It's one of those things that we haven't experienced yet. And so I don't want to paint myself into a corner in terms of what the NOAA organization might actually decide about, whether or not that would not be technically allowed or not. but it wouldn't be my decision to make. It would be made at higher levels, but clearly that would be a concern that would have to be fully examined at a minimum through the environmental review process. But as you stated, if it's already categorized as an invasive species in California, then that would certainly change the dynamic there. So I don't want to be too speculative without having all of the information in front of me.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, you're going to get off easy, Diane.
I guess you guys are quiet today. Yeah, it's because we've already addressed all the concerns, right?
All of the concerns that people can think of at this exact moment in time.
Yeah.
Saved by Louis.
Thank you. I know I'm not on the group here, but I just wanted to mention that I have been involved with the state aquaculture meetings and with the commission, and they've stated quite clearly that for state aquaculture, only shellfish and plants, seaweeds, and algae are being considered. As you know, already there are shellfish aquaculture, and there is one concern off Santa Barbara that's growing macrocystis. They said to go into even talking about fish aquaculture in state waters would bring in the assembly, the state assembly and Senate to change the laws, and that would be very difficult and would take a long time. So that pulls fish aquaculture out of the picture in state waters. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Louis, if I could respond to that is correct. State law does prohibit finfish aquaculture in the open ocean, in part because there is not an established regulatory pathway, and they are choosing to not pursue developing a regulatory pathway in their efforts to develop a state marine aquaculture action plan at this point in time. However, they are willing to consider RAS or closed system recirculating finfish projects that would be land-based. So it's a tricky position for the state. They don't have the resources to explore a regulatory pathway for finfish aquaculture, and they don't have a lot of interest in doing so. So they are sticking with that position, other than the land-based systems that they would apparently consider. Other than the Humboldt project, I'm not aware of any proposals of that nature.
That's correct. You and I were at the same meeting, and I believe that you captured mentally what I have somewhere deep in my notes. Thank you. I had one other question, however. We did have a meeting of our Sport Fishing Association of California, where Dr. that's in charge of ocean stuff said that there was not regulations for actually importing the fish from a federal fish farm yet. Do you have any comment on that, Dr. Schumann?
Sorry, was that question for Dr. Schumann?
No, that was from Dr. Schumann stated that there were no regulations or pathways for even importing federally raised aquaculture fish into the state of California yet.
I don't want to misspeak. I believe that is the case, but I'd like to follow up and make sure and confirm that. So, but I do believe that is correct.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Yelena.
Thanks, Mike. Diane, thank you for all the information. It is my understanding that Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has a role to play when it is the aquaculture facility co-sided with the existing energy facility. Would the same rules apply to those circumstances? The rules that you just described and I guess the criteria.
So is your question, I'm sorry if I'm not clearly understanding, is your question looking at, is there interest either from the energy or the aquaculture industry in co-locating facilities in federal waters?
Not exactly. I recently came across the document where BOEM, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, specifies that they have a role. There is the memorandum of understanding, I believe, already established amongst different agencies that BOEM is involved if one or another energy applicant also applies for co-located aquaculture farm. BOEM is involved in authorization of that. Does it help?
Okay. I'm not aware of any MOU for federal waters that would address co-locating, but I don't want to speak for BOEM if there's something in the works. My understanding at this point in time, given where energy development is focused, especially offshore wind, is that it's much farther offshore than where aquaculture wants to be. So at this point in time, I'm not seeing the interest from the aquaculture industry in co-locating facilities for that particular reason. The industry is not focusing on being that far offshore.
Mike, may I?
Sure.
Follow up? Thank you. Thanks, Diane. So, okay, I understand. However, if energy applicant submits an application to BOEM and indicates that they are interested to also locate a aquaculture farm offshore, would all the rules and the requirements and basically thresholds apply that NIMS is looking at for the aquaculture opportunity areas to what energy facilities might be interested in doing?
Okay, so I'll try and answer this as clearly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a point of confusion. NOAA does not have permitting authority for aquaculture in federal waters. The AOA process is a planning process. It doesn't create any aquaculture farms. It simply analyzes areas that could be potentially suitable for aquaculture. So given that, if there is interest in an aquaculture project co-locating with a BOEM energy project, that would not be subject to NOAA permitting. It would be subject to the offshore aquaculture permitting entities, which typically are the Army Corps of Engineers, and if it involves finfish, would also include the Environmental Protection Agency. So this is probably a question for those agencies at this point in time. There is no legislation that has been passed that gives NOAA permitting authority for aquaculture in federal waters. So we're in this weird gray area where we have probably the most expertise as the NOAA organization for aquaculture, but we do not have that permitting authority. Does that help clarify things?
Yeah, thank you. I think so. Thank you.
Of course.
Well, thanks, Diane. That was perfect timing.
Great.
So I
Well, thank
assume
you all
that,
for inviting me.
so I guess one more follow-up. I'm looking at the timeline. Do you suspect then if the draft PEIS is available sometime the winter or in early 2023, do you think that that comment period would likely overlap with the March council meeting, or would it be something that would likely fall before then?
Oh, gosh. I am not even going to speculate at this point. I mean, we literally just closed the comment period, so we're just getting started in reviewing and organizing the comments that we received, as well as outlining the chapters for the programmatic EIS following the NEPA regulations. So again, I'll continue to provide updates to this group and to the full council whenever desired. But we're just not far enough along in the process to be able to speculate a tighter timeline. However, as we did with the notice of intent, we will work with the council and the council schedule to ensure that the public comment period for any document that is related to aquaculture that's published in the Federal Register would cover, that the timing of that noticing and public comment period would include a council meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. That answered my question.
Great.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. I hope I've been helpful.
Speaking for myself, I would say very.
Thank you. Well, feel free to follow up with me if there are other questions that come up later in your meeting.
Will do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane.
All right, I'll sign off now. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right. And then, sorry, Nessie, that we are 3 minutes late. But I guess we'll look forward to a update from BOEM at this point in time. And I guess I should probably make sure that you're on. And you are.
Yeah, I'm on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And Rick Yard is with me today. And so, I mean, I have a few slides if I can share those. There's a lock on the share button.
Yeah, I think Mike or Brett will have to fix that. Mike Burner or Brett.
Oh, okay. Share.
You should have option now.
Update. Let's see if I'm.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Are you seeing?
Yes.
Yep.
There's updates. Okay. And I just heard a tail end of the Yelena's comment, and just so there's an alternate use easement for like existing facilities, like let's say the oil and gas, you know, if any use of that for instance, aquaculture or anything like that, there's a permitting process. So I don't know. I mean, we have been asked about things like that. So there are a specific set of regulations for that, and it's called the alternate use easement. And if anybody else wants to get more information on that, we can certainly provide that. So I do have a few slides, but I think that, you know, I'll try to go through those very quickly and reserving more time for to try to answer any questions that you might have on the BSN and the fisheries mitigation guidelines. So I'm Nessie Sumaid. I'm the regional supervisor for the Office of Strategic Resources, and within that office, we have leasing. I'm joined today by Rick Yard, who's our regional supervisor of the Office of Environment, and we might have some other BOEM folks on the call, and so we may call on some of those folks if we can't answer the question. So just a little bit about where we are here in the Pacific with regards to offshore wind. Is my slide advancing?
It's not yet, Nessie. For me, anyway. There it went.
Okay. All right. So I started with Oregon just because I have nothing new to report in Washington. We are still looking to make sure that the unsolicited lease request applicants are legally, financially, and technically qualified, and reviewing the completeness of their application before we even think about doing anything. So I don't have anything new to report on Washington. Oregon, as most know, the call for information comment period closed on June 28th on the 2 call areas. And so we're really just now, just reviewing all the comments. I believe we got like over 270 comments. And for those on this call that may have been in the in-person meetings that we had in Oregon, I believe the oral comments are now uploaded into the regulations.gov. So I believe everything is there now, and it's really just, boom, going through those comments and reviewing them and continuing to with our analysis. And as soon as we have something to share, we'll be in touch. But give us some time to do that. California, we're on August 1st is the close of the proposed sale notice. The proposed sale notice, the notice is the only Federal Register notice, but that package is really consisting of like the lease on the map that we have also posted on our website. There's a bunch of documents that are more pertinent to the bidders, but all of these documents are posted on our webpage. And so when we look for comments, we're looking for comments not just on Federal Register notice of the proposed sale notice, but on the proposed leases as well, and really anything else that is associated with the proposed sale notice. So the 60-day comment period ends on August 1st. And so that's coming up, refreshing. I think most of you know there are 5 lease areas, 2 within the Humboldt Wind Energy area and 3 in the Central Coast. Currently, we're proposing to have 5 lease areas and have simultaneous auction, 1 on the North Coast and 1 on the Central Coast. But again, that's up for comment if that's the right approach. And we would allow a bidder to be able to win 1 in each region, also just a proposal. A little bit about just summarizing the lease on a high level. I think by now everyone's familiar that the lease does not grant the authority to construct. It simply gives the lessee the right to submit plans. And the initial term of the lease is 1 year. So within a year, they have to submit some kind of site characterization or their survey plans, and they have 5 years to complete their site assessment and characterization. And then they would submit a construction and operations plan at the end of that 5-year period. And once everything is approved and they are ready to construct, there's an operations term of 33 years. In addition to the bids that are due at the end of the auction, for I think 10 days or whatever, they have to give the balance. There are also rent and operating fees that are due. The operating fees are based on the projected operating revenues, and then the rent is, I believe it's like $3 per acre. So those fees are in addition to the bid. The lessees would have to provide financial assurance to make sure that all the obligations are secured. There's an initial financial assurance of $100,000. This is just lease compliance, right? Once they do SAPs, once they do a COP, then there's additional financial assurance to make sure that the potential cost will be covered and assured in some kind of bond going forward. And so all the financial assurance prior to start of construction must be in place to secure potential cost of decommissioning. Probably the key portion of the lease is Addendum C. That's where we have specific terms and conditions and stipulations that you may want to comment on. Just generally, the lease contains terms and conditions related to what they can do during the site characterization, the survey plans. Lessees are required to have an engagement process and a reporting process of the progress made every 6 months. And that's through the life of it doesn't stop. That survey, it continues. We require various communication plans specific to fisheries, to tribal, and then also agencies. There's going to be a lot of agencies involved, and we wanted to make sure that all that coordination is in place. And there's also a requirement for the lessees to coordinate amongst each other, so they're not, so we don't have chaos out there. And so there's a requirement to have them coordinate with each other. These plans are required very shortly after a lease is issued, like within 120 days, they would have to provide draft plans. And obviously those are shared with the counterparties in the case of tribal, with the tribal groups or the fishing group. And so those draft plans are due within 120 days of a lease. And the intent really is to make sure that the engagement happens at the onset. And so during the surveys, there's communication and there's engagement. And so that the COP would then be informed by what they've heard during the engagement and process with the various groups. Some specific conditions about archaeological surveys. We encourage project labor agreements. There's some national security and military operations conditions. Some, make sure that they prevent marine trash and debris. And also that BOEM would have access to the site for research purposes. So I'm going through this really high level because I'm hoping that you would have had a chance to take a look at it, and then we can spend more of the time to answer questions. The PSN is also a place where BOEM seeks input and asks specific questions. Did we delineate the site properly? Are the sizes okay? Is the orientation of the lease area? All of that, location of the proposed lease areas. Is there a better way to engage with underserved communities? How do we do that? Should we, as I mentioned earlier, conduct a simultaneous auction? Should we just have one auction and 5 lease areas, one per area, or one bidder, one lessee per area? We asked about specific definition of affiliated entities. They're not allowed to compete with each other and bid against each other. So did we cover the proper definition of affiliated entities, or is there more that we should consider? Did we characterize the engagement and reporting properly? Is that clear? Project layout considerations, also we're asking questions about that. And the industry standards, we didn't specifically put any corridors. So we're asking, do we need any of those? How should we handle vessel traffic? And then finally, we ask about bidding credits as well. And then the next slide sort of talks a little bit more about that. So for the first time, BOEM is adding a second set of bidding credits, which is a 2.5% bidding credit for executing a community benefit agreement with a community or stakeholder whose use of the space of the lease area is impacted by the development, and also for entities whose use of the resources that would have been harvested from the geographic space is also impacted by the potential offshore wind development. And so this is one area which is new to BOEM. We use the 20% bidding credit for workforce training and supply chain, lifted that out of really the last multi-factor, which is the Carolina Long Bay. So those requirements are very similar to what we asked for in the Carolina Long Bay, but here we're evolving the process because we've heard that based on what we've heard from the stakeholders. So we're trying to include a community benefit agreement here. In addition, we ask whether or not, in addition to this area bidding credit, should there be a more general community benefit agreement, and input from folks in terms of what that could look like. Anything that is not already addressed in the workforce training and or supply chain development, those are good to know. What kind of programs, what kind of specific areas should gain access to bidding credits. Those are the kinds of things that we are looking for in terms of a general CBA, Community Benefit Agreement. And I'm going through this really fast, but we also, going forward, we then need to make sure that more of a environmental assessment is complete. We're nearing completion on that. Rick might have some more specific timeline. Come August 1st, I'm expecting that we'll have a lot of comments to review. I think we've trickled in just a handful, so I think everyone will come in at the last minute here. And so, we'll need some time to review those PSN comments. And then hopefully respond to as many of those in the final sale notice. And the final sale notice is really where we say, here are the final stipulation, here's when the auction is going to be held, and here's how it's going to occur. That FSN has to be out for at least 30 days before we can hold an auction. And we are still scheduled to have a lease auction by the end of this year. So I think the next set of slides is on the other topic that you all wanted to get a general update, which is the fisheries mitigation guidance. So I don't know, Mike, if this is a point where should we just continue, Rick, just go over the fisheries mitigation and just have Q&As later, or do you want to handle PSN questions now?
I should unmute myself before I start talking. I guess what I would like to do is if anybody on the Marine Planning Committee has any questions for Nessie based on the PSN, let's see how many we get, and then go from there. I guess let me just ask a real quick one. The PSN differentiates between decommissioning and removal. Are those terms synonymous, or does decommissioning kind of imply that there might be some stuff left in the water?
Decommission requires that you restore the site, so it would be removal. So that would be part of the final decommissioning plan.
Okay, that was. I knew my question was going to be easy. Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And see, yeah, I actually have a number of questions, but I can kind of circle around and wait my turn for the others. But the first question is just about the community benefit agreement concept that you have, and it right now it's linked to people who actually use the resources in the WIA. And I'm just wondering, can you give us some examples then of entities or stakeholders that would qualify and or would not qualify? And, when I think of the seafood supply chain, I get quickly back all the way to restaurants, and then also, fuel piers and hardware suppliers and what have you. So can you shed a little more light about what's in and what's out? And then related to that is the question about whether or not you're trying to expand the concept of what the CBA might be used for. And I wonder if you might say a few words about that.
Okay. I think when, use of the area, maybe we should clarify. I don't think we intend all the way out to the restaurants, but I'm thinking like we've heard comments from the seafood processors that, they make investments at the port based on the expectation of fishing. So, potentially seafood processors that use the resources that's harvested from the area, tribal interest will also be, I think, another potential project that the CBA could apply for. But if you have language to kind of clarify, that would be welcomed. I don't think we wanted to go all the way down the supply chain to restaurants.
Okay, and then your notice speaks to the question about whether the concept should be enlarged, as in other groups or stakeholders. Can you tell us what you have in mind about that?
I think this is really, we're trying to be open, right? Because so then we're hoping that at least that 2.5 address, or at least a little bit more specific to fishing. But are there local benefits we've also that isn't addressed? And then tell us if there's a more general community benefit agreement credit that we should, include, and what those topics, what kinds of projects could fit in that. Certainly I think one can argue that some of the supply chain credits and workforce training could be invested in the local communities, but are there others that we haven't yet addressed? So I think it's a wide open question.
So can you,
but
can you tell me if it might be, if it's still going to be linked to impacts to those other groups or communities, or is it just, way more general?
I think the linkage would have to be what we're required under OXLA. And so if you can link them to our authorities and to what we can or can't do, then, or at least your perspective that we have the authority to do it, I think that would be helpful. I mean, we're really just, we're casting a net out there and we don't have any preconception of what that could be. So we're reaching out for ideas. And if those ideas would come with, and this is why you should do it, based on what you're able to do under OXLA, that's even more helpful to us.
Okay, so regarding, I'm sorry, but my last question here on this topic. So I guess it's a question for you guys. I mean, do you have the authority to incentivize groups who are not, directly related to the use of the offshore resources? Do you actually have that authority, or is that unclear?
We don't think, yeah, I mean, I think it would have to be linked with our authority. There are those factors. I don't know if, I think Sarah's on and maybe she can put on the chat. Certainly we can't just do any CBA. It has to be related to the project that, is going to be proposed. So, but is it more than workforce training? Is it more than ports? Are there other things there that the community might be looking that they feel should be addressed given the proposal that could come?
Okay, thank you. I guess my last thing is just a comment, really not a question, that 2.5% is just simply not enough to create the incentive that relates to the amount of impacts that fishing will experience. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Nestle. Anyone else from the committee with a question? I see none. So carry forth.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. We've got hands raised. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. Hi. So another question, Nancy. So does BOEM see itself in a role to approve or otherwise oversee these, what otherwise would be, I guess, fishing industry to offshore wind industry community benefit agreements? I mean, what do you see as your role there?
I think our role is to incentivize the agreement between the parties. And I think if the BFF, the Bidders Financial Form, or short BFF, addendum, provides the goals and objectives of the credit. And so that's the spirit that negotiations between the lessee and the counterparties should occur. So we provide some general guidelines. We don't direct who a lessee should engage with in terms of a CBA. And then at the end of the day, the enforcement is that they have to provide us with information on how they complied with the strategy that they submitted when they bid. So it could include receipts, it could include binding agreements, it could, and anything that shows that they've complied. And so if they don't comply at the end, then, they have to repay the credit that they would have gotten. But we don't try to direct, we try to provide some guidance. We try to kind of put the goals and objectives of what that CBA should be.
Okay, thank you. And maybe one last quick question. Are you going to provide responses to comments in the final EA?
Well, I'll let Rick spend more time on that, but I believe we do have a section in the EA that addresses, I don't know if it'll be a line-by-line response to comment, but the comments that we've received, I think those will be addressed in the EA.
Yeah, so I was gonna, let's just talk about the EA before I get into the fisheries stuff, since the question came up. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Good to be here with you all again. The Morro Bay draft EA has been, the comment period is closed quite a while back, so you all may be wondering what next steps are. Obviously, finalizing that EA is our next big step, and we have taken some extra time on this one because there's just a few things we got through the public engagement process that we want to nail down a little more firmly. So we're working hard on some things to, make some changes, track down some more information, that sort of thing. We obviously need to finish that EA before next major milestones in the overall leasing process. So I'm hopeful that, within weeks, not months, it'll be weeks, not months, we'll be able to publish that final EA. And it will have us in a summary format as a sort of response to comments. With that, there was one other hand raised for a minute for Nessie, and I think it went down.
I do see a hand.
It's
for Mike.
Mike O.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Nancy. I had to step away a little bit I'm hoping this didn't get asked, but as I understand it, there's a 20% or could be a potential 20% credit for, I guess, training or finding or skilled workers. Could you go into that a little bit more? I guess one question I had maybe surrounding this, and maybe the question's just not relevant, but if somebody, say in Newport, was displaced and couldn't fish anymore, say some trawler down there, and all the, where would that 20% go? Is it just to hire in theory, it's to hire the skilled workers, but what if all the work's taking place, say, out of Seattle or Puget Sound, which, is not an unrealistic possibility? How would that benefit the people that are displaced? Or is it even meant to?
I think this is really to encourage training so that there's a workforce for offshore wind. And Mike, I would direct you to the BF, the Bidders Financial Form addendum, where we specify the workforce training requirements, the restrictions. And so it's really to incentivize the creation of a workforce for offshore wind. Not only, it's not the employees of the project, because they're going to do that regardless, but this is really to serve the offshore wind in general. And we do, if it's related to floating, we can't direct where the money goes. But we do say that, in both the workforce training and supply chain, I believe that specifically as it relates to floating, given that, it's a specific objective.
Just one quick observation, and that is it would seem like regardless of where they set up shop to assemble or get things ready for final prep as they go out to sea, that they're going to have to hire and train people anyway. This is not it's a new technology for people in the United States, brand new technological advance anyway. But I guess to me, it just brings in the question why there isn't a little more focus on the community side, which may be suffering from loss of fishing income, but may not be getting anything out of the, probably not getting anything out of the wind energy development. And maybe some communities, but it certainly looks like a good many would be left out. So,
Yeah, I mean,
but
I think that, we proposed the 20%, but that, that I think the direction of your comment, I think you can submit that comment. Is 20% appropriate? I mean, like I said, we carried it forward from a Carolina Long Bay. It's in a proposed notice for a lease sale, but if you think it should be directed elsewhere or reduced, that's a comment too.
Well, thank you. And I do believe there will be a number of comments that will be somewhat similar to that, or concerned about the totality of funds that's available for those that are displaced or losing their homes or whatever. So, I mean, and maybe there's something else in the works that we don't know about, but or has to be. But so thank you for your answer.
Great, thanks. And I think if there's no other comment, then I think Rick.
Sure. Thank you, Nessie. I have just a couple of quick things to talk about. The first is what this slides will show, and it's about the draft fisheries mitigation guidance document that's up for comment.
Hey, you can't go running off anymore. You hear me, bud?
Mike, oh, there he goes. Okay. I just have a handful of slides. So here are my couple of qualifiers about this discussion on fisheries mitigation. I obviously am not the lead on this project. Many of you I've seen on the participants list for the public meetings that have been held. So I know that you've probably, a lot of you heard about this before, and you heard Brian Hooker speak. He's the lead, and he's in the best position to answer the really hard questions, but I'll give it my best shot today. To that end, the last slide that I'll show is information about how to see Brian's recording and all of his slides, present himself to get the real deal. He's got a couple of dozen slides and gets into detail. I only have a couple, 3 or 4, very high overview, just to give an introduction to the topic. Once we're done with those, I have, as I said, a couple other quick things to mention. So the draft fisheries mitigation guidance document from BOEM is out for review. There have been some public meetings, as mentioned. I saw many of you there and heard your comments. Thanks for participating. The comment period continues through August 22nd. The topics that it addresses are, as you see here, general approach, and the rest of these, I would say, bulleted items kind of follow along with, in general, sort of a path for mitigation about avoiding and addressing in some way, and ending with an important piece, which is discussed a lot in the guidance, which is the compensation, which is, on the end of the spectrum of mitigation responses. So something that is, I know, really important to a lot of people. So with that, next slide, please. Thanks. And as a preview for those of you who have seen this before, I'm just going to go through what it does and doesn't. A couple of slides here. So what the guidance does is talk about, again, that spectrum of mitigation processes specific to a process for filing claims for damages for fisheries issues. It provides for methodology. It lays out some measures that can be taken, and it talks about the enforcement aspects when we get to that point that our sister agency, BSEE, would be engaged in as the enforcer for our activities. Next slide. On what BOEM's guidance can't do. It doesn't create a central fund. And again, I know that the idea of compensation is a very important one and something that you all are digging into a lot. So you have read this guidance document. I expect many of you cover to cover very carefully. And you've heard us talk about BOEM's approach to this, which, as Nessie mentioned earlier in another context, BOEM, where we lack explicit authorities, but still get asked to help facilitate. We try to do that. And I would put this in that category of trying to help facilitate, but we lack some authority. And one of them is to create just a central fund, like a mitigation bank account for people to draw on. Can't do that. BOEM's not an administrator and can't be in the position of making choices like that about how funds are administered. And also in the NEPA sense, this is always true, but especially true and important here, BOEM can't require regional mitigation, meaning really this gets to the fact that mitigation has to be tied to impacts from regulated activities. And next slide. The process we've been in has been a long one for development and vetting. We're way down at the bottom of this list now with late summer 22 publishing that draft guidance and discussing. So we've already talked about that open public process and the meetings that have been happening. And I did mention the final guidance will be forthcoming once this public process closes on August 22nd and BOEM has time to incorporate feedback, revise, and finalize the document. And the next, I think, is the final slide. Again, I promised only the highest level overview of this thing, which you've already heard about already, I think. So these two important links give you information about how to, again, get to the docket for comments or to get to BOEM's website to look at the recording of the actual person who is responsible for this. So knows a lot about it and speaks about it in depth with more slides than this. So you can do that if you haven't already seen them. But I saw many of your names on the participant list, so I know, again, you've probably been there. So that's all I had with the fisheries mitigation guidance. And I'm going to just go ahead and talk about my couple of other quick things, and then we can get into questions if that's all right. We already covered the Morro Bay EA, so that's great. We'll take any other questions on that when we get there. I also wanted to acknowledge for you all some developments in BOEM that you probably have seen and might be wondering about and how they play into our future. So the Gulf of Mexico put out a call about offshore wind some months ago, and you probably saw that last week they announced they're working on an environmental assessment. And there were a couple of innovations in their process that they announced in the news, which were some draft wind energy areas that they'll produce and their use of a marine spatial modeling process with the help of NOAA and the NCOS group in NOAA. So just want to acknowledge that that's happening, and the questions that you all might have or anyone might have when they see that happening in the Gulf is what that means to BOEM overall. So I just want to tell you this very straightforwardly. Of course, the Gulf has made those announcements, so those processes, those innovations that they've kind of identified are points of discussion for us. We have to talk internally about our path forward in BOEM overall for our other areas. That could include Oregon or other areas in the Atlantic that are coming, and what we want the future to look like, for BOEM's planning and leasing process. So we're talking about that. It's a conversation that needs to happen. We don't have any news to offer you today about our other areas like Oregon or the Central Atlantic, but just want you to know, of course, we are talking about it. And as we talk about it, we're doing our due diligence to talk to NOAA and NOAA's NCOS group about what that could mean for other areas of the country in addition to the Gulf. So didn't want to pretend that wasn't happening in the Gulf. I know that people are aware and just wanted to, again, acknowledge that and let you know that it is a conversation. And no news today with regard to decisions that are made, but I hope in the near future we'll be able to talk about some of this stuff more and where we're headed. So with that, those are my few quick updates. Thank you again for letting us be with you today. I guess, Mike Conrad, do you want to facilitate a question period, or do you want me to?
I got it. Nothing I would rather do. Mike O.
Well, thank you. The last topic you just brought up, does that have to do with the what was presented at the Reuters Offshore Wind Conference as far as using a PEIS in the future or starting to look at that? I'm not too sure how far along it is or where it's going, or is this something else unrelated to that?
I will ask Nesty to help because I didn't observe the Reuters conference, but I think that's different, Mike, because I think the idea of using a PIS. So another acknowledgement I could have and maybe should have made was the New York Bight has area in New York for the Atlantic has announced that they'll do a programmatic EIS for construction operations plans. So it's post-lease in the New York area because they have a lot of leases stacked up there off of New York. That's another conversation we need to have internally, because now that they have announced that they're doing that, I think that we have every reason to expect that people will wonder where BOEM thinks it's appropriate to employ that tool and where it's not. So we do need to talk about that. I will say it's a conversation that we have got to have on the West Coast and we're thinking about, but no news there. And again, it's a post-lease action in the New York Bight areas. So we don't have leases yet on the West Coast, so it would be something a little further along in the process. What I was talking about in particular was different than that because it's about, again, in the Gulf. They used the marine spatial planning process to get NOAA's help in bringing together data layers and do some marine spatial planning to get, I'll say perhaps a more rich view of the other uses and the environmental factors within their call area, which is something that BOEM had not done previously to what the Gulf just did. So again, that's why I say it. They've tried that out, and now we have to have a conversation about whether we think that's appropriate for other places going forward. They also sorry, please.
I think you know that there's quite a few of us that openly said that we believe it is a necessity, or there's a strong reason to have rationale to have it. But so I won't get into that. It's been said quite a few times, but it's certainly interesting, and I think people are going to be paying attention. I want to thank Miss Heather Mann for bringing that up to our attention. But anyway, yeah, it's, I guess we'd certainly be wanting to hear more details if it's being considered or for the West Coast, or if it's being considered somewhere else, but not for the West Coast. Anyway, I think I said everything I need to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Delia?
Yeah, hi, Rick.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Okay, I had a question about your slide about what the BOEM's mitigation guidance can't do. The last bullet there talked about you can't require LSC to mitigate regional impacts unless your environmental impact analysis demonstrates regional impacts from a specific project. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking about work that I've done for past NEPA analysis. I'm associating this with the NEPA analysis, which would also include a cumulative effects analysis. And so, but I also know that there's been a lot of discussion about whether or not cumulative effects should be handled in a standalone or through the NEPA process. So I'm thinking about, these regional impacts that this group has acknowledged are of great concern, and the ability or inability of BOEM to require mitigation for regional impacts from a lessee if the cumulative effects analysis demonstrated regional scale impacts? Wouldn't that then be that meet that bar? Or can you just talk a little bit about how cumulative effects would relate to that?
Sure, I will. And I'm going to give you the answer to the best of my ability. And I'm going to say again that I'm happy to help follow up with Brian for his more informed and official response. But here's what I think is the answer. So that statement, I believe, is rooted, as I kind of alluded to, in this idea that not only do the impacts need to be reasonably tied to the, and they can be direct, indirect, or cumulative impacts tied to what a developer is doing. And I think the reason is because it's about responsibility. And I believe that bullet is getting to the point that a developer should not and cannot be held responsible for impacts that more than that developer is responsible for. And that there must be other tools employed to get at that sort of high level mitigation. I don't know what those are, but again, I think it does come down to who's responsible and who's held responsible. Cumulative impacts are, tricky because they are contextual ideas that inform your analysis about the impacts of a project as well. But I will say, as I've said in these meetings before, I think that the way that many people think of cumulative impacts is more of a big picture and more of a common sense kind of approach to cumulative, meaning that there are broad scale, like if there are 2 or 3 or 4 lease areas up and down the coast in an area, that those all have some synergy on environmental impacts that need to be addressed. And again, I think when you get to that stage, it comes down to a question of who is responsible for what, and how do you develop a program that can administer that sort of shared responsibility. I think this guidance, the reason why it's put that way is because this guidance is about one developer and what they should do for their impacts they're responsible for.
Okay, so I think what I hear is that this is not the mechanism to achieve that. But I also hear you acknowledging that we do need a mechanism to achieve that.
I would say that if there are regional sort of broad scale impacts that you can attribute to offshore wind development, but not to a particular project, it's a complicated and different matter that we should try to get a handle on. Yeah, but this kind of guidance wouldn't get there. So yeah, I am agreeing with you. That is what I said.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I just want to emphasize, I think there's a lot of interest in this group at coming up, finding a solution for that.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Delia. Darius?
One of us quits pushing the button. Nisi, Nick, I appreciate it. I have a couple questions here on the guidelines for mitigating impacts. And as it says in the statement, it says this document is intended only to provide clarity to the public regarding legal requirements. So BOEM recommends wordage on here as it goes through, and it just leaves the lessee to too much discretion on how these items, basically should be complied with. And these items basically could cost the lessee a lot of money. And so they might view them a little bit different. There are so many places in here where BOEM has used language on the lessee's obligation. And basically BOEM's language says it should do, or it recommends, or it should consider, or may elect to do. As far as obligations go, those are pretty vague. And just in this program you sent out, there's 40 different places where it's vague. And I do believe this should be changed to, it says will do. Anyway, that's what I had to bring up.
Thank you for the comment. And I will note that I heard similar comments from other participants in the public meetings. So that concept is being discussed. I believe Brian Hooker's, again, he's the lead for this project. So I'm going to try to channel him for a moment. I believe his response to that is again, getting back to the BOEM's legal authority. And I should have added on to my response to Delia too, that, there's NEPA responsibility here about mitigation, but there's also OXLA sort of authority to impose, some requirements, and they both have their limits. And I think the reason you're seeing the wording that you're seeing, Doris, is because of BOEM and its legal counsel's interpretation of what we are capable of requiring and what we can strongly suggest. So.
Thank you.
Hey, Rick, if I can, I just want to piggyback on the comments that Delia provided. And I'm going to pick on Northern California, right? Because we have a lease site, 206 square mile wind energy area of Humboldt. The lessee that is responsible to mitigate for that, his or her contributions to those impacts is going to be one thing. But then when you add in a potential lease site 50 miles north of that, the cumulative effect of those two wind energy areas being so close together is going to be vastly different than if it was just two separate ones. So, obviously there's going to be a cascading amount of impacts based upon that. Is that second lessee then going to be responsible for the totality of all of those impacts? Less the impacts that the first lessee had to provide. I guess, I'm confused, and I think Delia was getting to this. How do we account for and properly label, who's responsible for what impacts in instances where, it's the cumulative effect of them both?
Yeah. So, I think that, how do I say this? The cumulative impacts issue is a complicated one, and I believe that is partially informing that statement and the guidance about how that's not what the guidance can get to because of the complicating factors. I do think that the guidance itself kind of calls for and starts to lay out a process for determining responsibility, and our NEPA analyses in the future. So when we do EISs on construction operations plan, should provide quite a lot more clarity on what a particular project contributes to impacts. So I think that's going to be the starting point. So I kind of answered backwards there, but I think EISs for construction operations should be the basis for understanding impacts, and that's going to be where it starts. But this guidance document and future iterations of it are going to help build the process around how those things are settled and how people determine what the appropriate responses are. But that larger regional impacts question about synergistic effects, again, it doesn't get there. This does not get there. So there's going to have to be more work and more understanding coming on that front.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks. And I guess then the logical conclusion from that is you can't finalize this guidance document until we've had a chance to give those sticky subjects and those difficult conversations and some thought.
Well, the guidance document will be finalized to the best of our ability now, but like I said, I think there will be iterations in the future of learning and building on and building in other concepts. That's my expectation.
Okay, thanks. Steve?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Rick, I wonder if you can tell us the rationale for one guidance for all of the nation's coasts.
No, I can't because I'm not sure that I haven't heard what specific rationale there would be for one set of guidance. I was present for other comments, people suggesting that there should be different guidance. And I think that's an appropriate and a wonderful comment to make during this process because it's something we need to seriously consider. We have learned time and again that there are different circumstances on the Atlantic and on the Pacific and in the Gulf now that sometimes would have us think about different solutions. So I think this is another case where it's totally appropriate for you to suggest that we should be and that we will likely need to be thinking about different guidance. This is perhaps a had to start somewhere kind of process. And I don't mean to diminish it in any way by saying that. I mean, we needed to get this going, and I think this is a first shot. But as I had said a minute ago, it's my expectation that it lives through a learning process that we'll have to be updating in the future as we learn more.
Did that answer your question, Steve?
Well, I guess I have the same question that you did, Mike, whether since an answer to that question is not well formed, do you need to answer that question before you publish final guidelines?
Maybe I think it should have been clarified. I mean, this is prompted by the Atlantic efforts, I think, even in the drafts. So I think there's acknowledgement that we, may have to add, where floating could be different or where the West Coast could be different. And certainly that is a comment that you should include when you provide comments to clarify the point that more specific guidelines for Pacific would be necessary.
Does anybody else from the committee have any follow-up questions before we Delia?
Yeah, thanks. I just have one more for you, Rick. In your discussion about the analysis between, I think, BOEM and NOAA and the Gulf, we're very interested in that for Oregon, as you know from our comments. And I'm just wondering, I understand you don't have any concrete anything to share today. That's fine. But conceptually, can you tell us a little bit about how that would fit in the timeline for siting off of Oregon with area identification and NEPA? I don't know how long an analysis like that takes. So can you tell us anything about how that would align with your expectations for area identification, NEPA, the steps in siting off of Oregon?
Well, I think the best I can do today is to kind of describe what I understand to be how the Gulf processes worked. They issued a call, and they had some slightly different circumstances, so things are a little different there. But I think they took a matter of some months to do some marine spatial planning that fed into the development of draft wind energy areas, and that let's see. So the marine spatial planning effort was between call and wind energy area development, and that from that point they release draft wind energy areas as the proposal for people to comment on, and after that final wind energy area, the process would look the same as it does today. So I guess the difference would be the draft wind energy areas that the Gulf released and the addition of the marine spatial planning process that informed the development of those draft wind energy areas. And I think that took a matter of months. I don't actually know exactly how many, but I just estimating based on when the call came out and when they published, it was less than 6, I think. So.
Okay, so then, sorry, follow up here, guys. Would the expectation would be that that analysis would be completed during area identification, or it would bleed over into the NEPA timeframe, or?
Yes, again, it was the addition of marine spatial planning in the development, during the development of draft wind energy areas to help
Right.
inform those. So,
Okay.
and once draft wind energy areas are finalized, that's where we kick off our NEPA process. The Gulf, again, slightly different, but I don't think it's worth getting into those differences now because I don't think it's helpful to our conversation. But so I think that's the difference that you would imagine, in a process.
Okay.
From what the Gulf could have done if they were following our typical path in the nationally. It's the addition of marine spatial planning and forming the development of draft wind energy areas. And then final wind energy areas is where the environmental assessment kicks off.
Okay, great. I mean, and maybe we can follow up another time too. I understand there's not necessarily bright lines, delineating these different phases. And so I'm just trying to follow along with what to expect. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm happy to talk anytime if you want to follow up.
Yeah, so I have a follow-up question on that, Rick. And I mean, it appears that the use of marine spatial planning is a potential tool to either validate or verify deconflicting or show that more deconflicting is necessary. So how can that not be a good thing?
I don't know that anyone would say it's not a good thing in general. I think the question is, we had this is just me talking. I don't know if everyone would agree with this, but I think it was a matter of us convincing ourselves that it was adding anything to our process, which we thought was pretty rich already, if it could inform any further. So I think it's just that, decision makers need to see if we're going to spend money and time on additional procedures, are they adding any value there? I think that's the question. I may be not capturing how much of a decision process there was there. I'm not involved in all of it, but I think that's it. But to your point, Mike, I mean, yeah, it's like, if it's a good thing, why not? I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and I've been really trying to think of a way to word this. It's not going to make me sound like in one way, but so I apologize in advance. I don't mean for this to come off as abrasive as it may come across, but surely, clearly, we've heard from fishing industry stakeholders in California and Oregon that in terms of deconflicting the wind energy areas in California for fishing activities, it was an abject failure. We've heard from folks in Oregon that the call areas are an important fishing ground. So, it certainly seems as if this whole process would benefit from utilizing data rather than assumptions and half datas, to come up to this. Because, I think a majority of us have said we're not opposed to offshore wind. We're just opposed to it being sited in areas that are important to us. So it would seem like deconflicting these areas and making informed decisions with regard to siting would be really preferred.
Mm-hmm. Good. Well, thanks. I appreciate that feedback on it. And I think that in general, that's the response that we have heard, to the extent we've heard any, and that we would expect. I would ask, it's not really my place to ask you all questions, but if I could be indulged for a second, are you aware of how the Gulf process worked? And if you have any comments on that, whether it was successful for them. I know it's totally different regions, so it may not be something that you're able to track very carefully, but I guess I would expect, at least conceptually, without getting too much into the details, because you probably haven't had a chance, I think conceptually, I would expect you all think it was value added. So.
Yeah, I don't have any insights, but thanks. Michael, I see. Oh, well, let's go back. Corey, you got your hand up. Corey Niles.
Yeah, I think I can yield to Mike. I was going to just ask a quick question, but I just given what Rick just asked, yeah, I think that's what in Washington, we didn't have any real projects to use, but we did the Marine Spatial Plan being effort a few years ago, and that is what I hear people asking for on the coast. Something I don't know the Gulf effort. I'm written like 3 notes to check it out, but I would say yes, that's what people are looking for. But yeah, I'll let Michael go on this. And I just had a quick question about the Washington, what Nessie said about Washington before we close, but that's okay.
Michael.
But I'll be okay. So I thank you for that, because I was going into this, I was scared, and I'm leaving. You're leaving. I'm still going to be scared, but I know I'm going to be okay because you put a lot of work into
I think that's your
Sorry, I'm trying to mute that.
I know I'm not alone. I have, let's see, I have big shoes to fill.
All right. Sorry about that, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, little comic relief. I would just like to say from several people I know, or at least for myself, that some of us are going to remain opposed to offshore wind until we see some, I guess, definite analysis and research that would show us that not only will it not be the end of fishing, but it also not have detrimental effects to our California current out here. And I think there's enough literature out there now that suggests that it's at least a question that needs to be answered. I'm not specifying that I know something terrible is going to happen, but it's definitely some changes will happen. And I guess that's my hurdle I'd like to see cleared before I would sign on and say that it's okay to start putting these things out there. And that may not be fair, and the other part of that is that the cumulative impacts that, in other words, basically how many of these wind farms and turbines will there be, I think is going to play pretty major into what that research and analysis looks like. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Nessie, did you want to tackle Corey's question?
Sure.
Yeah, it's all right. Just to clarify the question, before you all came on, we were doing report writing assignments, and a few of us signed up for whatever was said about Washington. So Nessie, you said you had no updates because the technical, legal, financial review is ongoing. But did you? And I'm assuming not. But did you have any update on when you expect that to be complete? Are we talking months or very soon? And if no answer, fair enough. But you just wanted to capture it for our report, if possible, on if there was an expected
I don't
timeline.
have a timeline, Corey, because we also have information requests out. So it sort of depends on, when the entities provide responses. So.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, just looking for a sentence or two to put in our report. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Before opening it up, is there anybody else on the MPC that has questions for Nessie or Rick? Seeing none, and acknowledging that we're already over time, Elena and Larry, if you can be somewhat quick, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Mike.
So, Elena, go
I
ahead.
have 2 quick questions. First is, what is the process for BOEM to account for unforeseen impacts, whether they're ecological, environmental, or secondary impacts to the fishing communities? And the second question is, what is the BOEM's process to update or revise the guidance documents?
The second question first. I don't think there's any formality laid out yet in the process for updating the documents, but these are policy documents. So they would be, subject to revision at discretion, when BOEM determined that they needed to be. There's no other, as far as I know, there's no other set timeline or anything like that for revisions to the guidelines.
Thank you.
And Missy, you muted, so I didn't know if do you want to add something to that or the other question?
No, I think, guidance are just what they are, guidance. I mean, if it's not applicable, if it needs to be revised pursuant to, NEPA or, anything that we do going forward on a Pacific, then, I think those, those guidance are just there for what it is. It just guides future decisions and actions. I think the other question that Elena had, correct me if I'm wrong, Elena, is BOEM's process for assessing impacts.
Addressing.
So if that was a
Addressing
question,
unforeseen impacts. One of the criteria in the mitigation right now is the displacement, and I believe displacement is one of many. However, only few impacts are outlined. So if other impacts occur, for example, as I mentioned before, Marine Stewardship Council, we may have cost implication or actually condition implication, which could, God forbid, lead to a loss of the certification for the entire fishery. So what is the process for addressing those unforeseen impacts? And that's just one example.
and Rick, do you want to get that from a NEPA perspective?
Yeah, I think there's two answers there, because one, I think really the most important one is yours, Nessie, in the lease stipulations. But, from a NEPA perspective, I'll say that at the COP stage, when we get to EISs, there will be adaptive management monitoring requirements built into potential impacts. But for unknown, I think it's going to be a matter of the monitoring requirements that are placed on projects. I will admit today that I am not extremely familiar with the adaptive management processes they've adopted yet in the Atlantic. It's just something I haven't had a chance to sink into very much yet. But we will certainly be doing that. But again, I think, Elena, the most important answer to your question is really about the various lease stipulations and the communication and coordination and ongoing sorts of responses that the lessees are required to have to a variety of issues, including engaging with the fishermen.
Thanks for that, Rick. Larry, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mike. I'm going to have somewhat the same trouble that you had in your previous comment and question. Not to sound too harsh, but first of all, I do appreciate that, as Rick has pointed out, that there's a recognition by BOEM that the mitigation strategy that they've come up with so far is lacking. What I don't understand is why we would continue to try to close it out. It seems to me that we are setting the stage for an unsolvable dilemma. But in the meantime, BOEM continues to lease, and the fundamentally unsolvable dilemma at this stage is what are the cumulative impacts, and how are we going to mitigate for them if we cannot eliminate them? It seems BOEM has had the power to disrupt, but limited power to heal. And I just hear too often, it seems to me, yet to be determined, but yet we continue to offer leases. So the demonstration of pieces that are lacking hasn't halted, in my mind, moving forward the lease. So a specific question is, why move forward specifically with the draft mitigation guidance when you have as many holes in it as are acknowledged and as we are also pointing out that we feel are there? And the second question, it would be of another series of questions would be just a little bit about Washington. And I understand, Nessie, that you don't have too much to offer because there hasn't been much of a change. But I do know, or I wonder, is there an area that has been described by the second unsolicited lease request? I thought within a submission for a potential lease that the map or an area would be described. And if there is one, can we see it? And then I thought you said you actually put out a request for interest on or other developers' interest in Washington. I'm a little confused about that. And then the last question is the 2.5% credit that is offered potentially to developers. Is that, and maybe I should already know the answer to this, and I apologize if I should, but the 2.5%, is that of the bid, or is that of the rent over time? Or is the bid the rent over time? What is the number that 2.5% is applied against? All right, thanks.
There's quite a bit there, and I'll try to remember what some of those are. Clearly on Washington, I'll tackle that first. We have not sent out a request for competitive interest, because that would have been what we would do if we have determined that these applicants are even qualified and if they've submitted a complete application. As soon as we have done that, we will post the unsolicited lease request. So I'm sorry, Larry, we can't really disclose anything more. So, once the application we feel is complete, and once the applicants are found to be qualified, the unsolicited lease proposal will be posted on our website. And before we embark on a process, we would engage with our tribal partners as well as the state before anything is, before BOEM takes any first steps. So that's it on Washington.
Yeah, believe me, Nessie, I'm not looking to rush the process. So
I know.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
You guys will know before. Okay. And then on the 2.5% credit, so the credit is a percent of the cash bid. It's a formula that is in our notices, but it's a percent of the cash bid, which is added to, that is the credit that they would get. And then that is then added to the cash bid. So it is increasing the value of the total bid is really what the 2.5 is for. If that makes sense. So it's not a discount of the operating fee or the rent fee. They still have to pay those. It's that upfront money, the bid that they would have to place.
On the mitigation question, which was the first one, Larry, I just want to say thanks to you and to others who have made comments on the shortcomings of the guidance document. I understand the concerns about it and wanting to get a more definite and final product before it's finalized, but I'll say that's what we're doing here. I mean, we're getting feedback. We are trying to move forward with something that makes some sense, that provides some, again, guidance and, some kind of framework for dealing with potential impacts to fisheries. And I think we got to start with something and continue to learn and continue to get feedback on it and make it better through time. But this is an important first step in my mind. So as I said, it is going to be finalized. It will be. And it's going to be BOEM's first shot at trying to signal what it thinks should happen with these impacts to fishermen. So thanks for the comments, I guess, is the basic point I wanted to make. And I'm hearing the concerns, but understand we will have a final document.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rick, and thanks, Larry. Steve, you want to wrap us up before we kick Rick and Nessie free?
Yeah, thank you. I have a follow-up for Nessie on her comment about the bid credit. So Nessie, tell me if I've got this right. the credit does represent a certain amount of money, but it does not represent an amount of money that the bidder has to spend on a community benefit agreement. Do I have that right?
Yes, because the value would then depend on what the counterparties, I mean, between the lessee and the counterparty, what they decide would be acceptable to both of them. So it's unlike the workforce and the supply chain where we ask for a definitive financial commitment. So yes, you're correct.
Is there something stopping you from asking for a definitive financial commitment?
I think that it would be a dollar value. We don't know what the right dollar value would be, but if you have ideas on how, how we should do that, that is welcome. But right now we're pretty much leaving it up to the entities between the lessee and the counterparty to decide what is appropriate for them to sign the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Steve. Thank you, Rick and Nessie, for both hanging around for an extra 20 minutes. Appreciate your willingness to jump into the ring with us.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Ordinarily, I would stay on to the end, but I do have to go. So
yeah, all we're going to be doing is assigning people to write, and we're going to wait till a little bit after 4 so we can make Steve write it all. But no, thanks, everybody. Thank you for attending. Very much appreciate it.
Yeah, and if obviously, if you guys have some quick follow-up questions, then you know where to find Rick or myself. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So our last agenda item is just wrap up and next steps. I think that we have assignments for folks for writing for the briefing book. So that part of it's good. Future meeting planning for us. We have marine planning is tentatively on the November council agenda also. A quasi doodle, Kerry sent around a quasi doodle poll before he abandoned us went on vacation to try to find a date in late September, early October for another Marine Planning Committee meeting. So if you haven't had a chance to reply to that, look at that. And then that's all I got. Susan, you got anything that you want to add?
No, not at this time, although the Marine Planning Committee should be cognizant that we will be developing that fisheries mitigation letter. If you have any specific comments, we haven't assigned anybody to write that yet. If anyone has a burning desire to do that, that'd be great. But we heard several good comments today and I took some notes, but we should, we want to work on that and circulate the letter to the MPC so that we can make sure we have it all. So be thinking about that. If you have specific ideas, send them to Carrie, Mike, and myself, and we will make sure they get included, even if you're not the specific writer for that letter, but have important information, send it to us and let's get it in there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Susan. When you look through your emails later, you'll see that I think Chris Potter and I have thrown our names to be in the hat for that. So you can put us down in pencil for that.
Perfect. Okay.
All right. Well, anybody else have anything? It was a long meeting.
Just a thanks to Mike and Susan for running a really nice meeting. Made my job as third stringer real easy. We'll follow up with Carrie. And thanks again to all those that have volunteered to work on some reports and letters. It means a lot to the council. I think it'll make the September meeting go much more smoothly for our ABs and the council having those reports in hand. So thanks much.
Yeah, no, and thank you, Mike, for stepping in, and Brett. If Brett's still here, I don't see his name there anymore. For filling in admirably and very capably for Carrie. I would say that if you weren't a short timer, I would suggest you take it over. But we'll stick with Carrie.
Yes, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who was online today and participated. Your questions and comments are always very helpful.
Yep. Thanks all. And we'll chat and we'll see some of you in September in Boise, and we'll chat in October, November, or September, October at our next Marine Planning Committee meeting. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for letting the public have as much time as we did. Thanks.
Did we ever record? Did we ever finish recording?
I don't see that we're still recording.
Thank you.
I think we are. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you for starting that back up too. Appreciate that.
All right. Bye for now.
All right.